agenda regarding agenda item 9.8, motion to consider regarding advocacy for humanitarian action and federal policy reform regarding the situation in Gaza. Before council can add these delegations related to agenda items 9.8, council will first need to approve the procedural motion in agenda item 9.7 with 2/3 support to waive rules of procedure. This is required since we cannot add delegations to motions for introduction only. We need to confirm that they will be considered at the meeting this evening. Motions have been prepared for the chair and will be dealt with at the appropriate time. Written submissions received by staff have been circulated to council in advance of the meeting, and we will continue to do so as they are received.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of council, any member have any disclosures this evening? Councillor Chandler.
Yes, Your Worship. There's an in-camera item, and in my role as president of Milton Historical Society, I have an interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in case we do have to go into camera, I suspect we won't have to, but again, Councillor Kalki will make sure. And again, as you know, you'd have to vacate the room. Is there any other members of council, any disclosures? That one, Councillor Chandler, has been noted. I think, Madam Clerk, that does it for me at this moment. So, Councillor Kalki, if you would assume the chair, it'll take us a couple of minutes to get things turned around here. So this portion is now adjourned.
All right, thank you, Mayor Krantz, and good evening, everyone. I have the pleasure of chairing tonight's meeting, which I anticipate will be very lengthy and passionate. What I ask is that I will do my best to get through everything, and everybody will have their opportunity to participate and observe the session tonight. And if we can just do our best, both as council and as the community, to ensure we're being respectful of the rules for procedure, and we'll get through this together. With that, before we get to the consent section of the agenda, we have two procedural motions to consider with regard to tonight's agenda, which will need 2/3 support from members of council. So that's 6 out of 9 members of council. We have delegations that have registered to speak this evening to notices of motion in agenda items 9.8. We need council to approve the motion in agenda item 9.7 to waive rules for item 9.8 to not only be introduced tonight, but also considered and voted on tonight, and add the related delegations to tonight's meeting. Okay, so I have a motion over here moved by Councillor Ali and seconded by Councillor Marshall that whereas Procedure Bylaw 014-2024 provides that notices of motion shall not be discussed or debated upon introduction, but shall be included in the next regular council meeting agenda for consideration. And whereas Section 7.8.3 of the Town of Milton Procedure Bylaw 014-2024 as amended permits a notice of motion to be considered upon its introduction by an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the members present, and whereas it is deemed impractical or not in the best interest of the Town of Milton to delay consideration. Therefore, be it resolved that the pertinent rules contained in Section 7.8 of Procedure Bylaw 014-2024 be waived to permit the introduction and consideration by Council of a notice of motion on the Council agenda pertaining to advocacy for humanitarian action and federal policy reform regarding the situation in Gaza motion. Any questions about that resolution from members of Council? I do not see any. I believe the mover of this motion has asked for a recorded vote, Madam Clerk. So if we could have the arrangements made for that.
Okay, thank you. So for a vote on item 9.7, which is to waive rules to allow for the consideration of 9.8 this evening, I will ask that all members of council in favor of the motion please stand. Okay, I'm seeing Counselor Ali, Mayor Krantz, Counselor Best, Counselor Challoner, Counselor Marshall, Counselor Melbuff, Counselor Mindakakis, Counselor Ajaz, and Counselor Kalki, and the motion's carried.
Okay, next on that, we do have a motion here that's moved by Councillor Ali and seconded by Councillor Marshall, if that's amenable to them both, because this was added in relation to adding the delegates for the humanitarian motion. You're both okay with those positions on that? Okay, so the motion is moved by both of those councillors, and be it resolved that the pertinent rules of procedure bylaw 014-2024 be waived to permit the addition of delegations for item 9.8. The delegations are Hania Kahood, Salman Khalid, Malia Khan Ahmed, Kuram Musti Khan, Ibrahim Beg, Rabbi David Mivaser, Basma Ramadan, Amina Khan, Danielle Keenan, and Richard Robertson. And I apologize if I pronounced those incorrectly. Are there any questions in relation to this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, and in relation to those delegations, what we're going to do is we're going to get the two of our public meetings situated first and have the meeting presented and the delegations associated to those two public meetings dealt with first. Then we'll go on to the delegations for the humanitarian motion to keep things in that order. Okay, and then I have a motion moved by Councillor Challoner and seconded by Councillor Malbuff that consent items 5.1 to 5.3 be approved. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried. Okay, on tonight's agenda, we're moving to the public meetings section now. We have 5 public meetings this evening, which have been advertised. I would like to proceed with the first 2 public meetings that have registered delegations before we hear the delegations from the item I just mentioned that we added to the agenda. With that, we will go to item 7.1, which is a public meeting related to official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment by Slessler Square LP Inc. And for this public meeting, I'll call on Town Clerk to review the procedure for the public meeting.
Thank you. As the chair noted, this was a regard to official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment by Slessor Square LP Inc. Council will consider related bylaws at a future meeting. If you wish to be notified of the decision about this application, please sign the attendance sheet, which is located at the back of this room, or make a written request to the town clerk at 150 Mary Street, Milton, and you can also email at townclerk@milton.ca. Following a presentation by the applicant, there will be an opportunity for public comments from in-person and remote meeting participants. As a reminder, the dedicated number is 1-866-511-0021 for anyone wishing to connect remotely.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before we move to the applicant's presentation, I would like to call on Commissioner Jill Hogan, the town's Commissioner for Development Services, to provide some information and background on the planning process. Commissioner?
Thank you. And through the chair, I just wanted to reiterate that no decisions are being made this evening. The report before council is for information purposes only, for the purposes of a public meeting, and delegates are more than welcome to express their views. Staff will be returning to council at a later date with a recommendation. We are required by provincial legislation to have a public meeting at council prior to making a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any questions from members of council at this point? I don't see any. Okay. We will now call on the applicant to come forward and present their item in relation to this. And just 5 minutes, right? You have 5 minutes to speak. If you could please state your name as well.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of council, and the community that have come out tonight. My name is Carmen Jandu. I'm a planner with Arcadis Professional Services. We're based in Hamilton. I'm here as the agent for Slessor LP Inc. for the redevelopment proposal for lands located at south of Main, east of Prince, north of Pearl and west of Bruce Street. As you can see from this slide, the subject lands are a consolidation of 7 parcels as shown on the screen, which together have a total area of 0.58 hectares or 1.44 acres. The subject lands are generally square in nature. We have about 81 meters frontage on all bounding roads. The proposal at hand is for a mid-rise or mixed-use development with ground floor commercial and 500 new residential units proposed to be constructed on a 6-story shared podium. There's about 417 parking spaces proposed within an underground parking structure accessed from both Bruce Streets and Pearl Streets. To promote active transportation, we're also proposing 311 long-term bike spaces, as well as 32 short-term bike spaces. Additionally, we have 815 square meters of ground floor retail facing onto Main Street and some market space in front of that. This is an artist rendering of the proposed commercial facade showing the market spaces in green. Schedule 1 of the official plan designates the subject properties within the urban area and within the urban growth center and central business district. In addition to these designations, Schedule B of the official plan designates the subject properties as being within the Milton GO major transit station area. This is Schedule E transportation plan of the official plan, designating the lands as within the transportation corridor of Main Street and on Arterial Road. Schedule F, this is. We are also designated within the town official plan as within the GO station with height and density limits. There are also open space and linkage nodes also proposed. We are proposing a little bit higher than that, as you can see. However, we have a pretty comprehensive development application providing justification for that. Schedule F of this downtown character area. It shows that we do have right-of-way widenings required on the boundary roads and that we are located within the character area. We are also located within the strategic growth area. Now, because there are the property as a whole of the block, we are split designated. We have the strategic growth area located on Main, as well as the urban area designation on the properties for Pearl and Prince Streets. The proposed official plan amendment today proposes that the lands be redesignated as urban growth center, mixed use sub area. We're asking for permitted heights of 18 stories and a permitted FSI of 9.37. The zoning for the subject properties is also similarly split, with the urban growth mixed use with a holding symbol on the Main Street properties, as well as low density residential zone on the Pearl Street properties. Our proposed zoning bylaw amendment is proposing that the entirety of the lands be redesignated as urban growth center, mixed use as a site-specific mixed use zone. Key amendments are to permit the density, the FSI 9.37. We're requesting maximum permitted heights, some step back variability. We have some site-specific side yard reductions, parking within a major transit station area, the required number, and some reductions to the total number of long-term bicycle parking spaces and electric vehicle parking spaces. This slide provides you with a list of the supporting studies and reports that were provided as a part of that comprehensive planning application. We have looked at the compatibility studies such as shadow studies, urban design brief, heritage impact, to name a few, traffic impact and noise. The conclusions of our analysis shows that the site is designated within the downtown Milton Urban Growth Center and the Milton Major Transit Station area. And because of this, the development that's being proposed today contributes to a complete community with intensification within these areas. It is an efficient use of land. It promotes redevelopment, intensification of this downtown core, and supports transit-oriented development. With the results and the conclusions of our supporting studies, we found that the proposal is compatible with the surrounding uses and contributes to the communities. As a next steps, we have received comments from the municipality with respect to our first submission application, and we are just going through that application comments, and we'll be responding with the municipality at that time. And that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. We do have some questions lined up here. Councillor Best.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Just a couple of questions for you and any associates you may have here. First of all, did you or your associates do any market analysis for this application?
As a planning consultant, we don't do market analysis. However, the owner has done their own analysis in order to understand what would the market demand be for units that he's like to propose.
Okay. Is the applicant affiliated with any building company that has any experience in this field?
They are affiliated with a development firm that's been in place for quite a time. It's McMeta Homes. We represent them in multiple applications in the Hamilton area, Stony Creek, Waterford, in Guelph as well, and have done a lot of projects with them.
Okay. My last question, has yourself or any associates checked with the region of Halton regarding water capacity and servicing connections? Because this is a challenge in the current urban area, which one applicant found out to their fault after the approval that they'd have to spend another $2 million hooking up.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Best, there is a functional servicing report that was submitted as a part of the application. The civil engineer that was retained, which is MTE out of Hamilton, they have done their due diligence with respect to water main and have provided that there is capacity in the surrounding infrastructure to service the development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have some comments later.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Ali.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. Wondering if I'm looking at the heights and you said that you have requested the maximum height. So wondering if there's any appetite with your group in lowering the heights.
And this is a part of planning applications as well. The applications are proposing heights that are different than what's in the official plan due to the consolidation of these 7 properties, which wasn't a matter when we were doing the studies and when the official plan was put in place. We are willing to speak with the municipality. We did just receive comments, and we are going to be able to digest them and then set up meetings to discuss their comments as well. And they've also requested some lower heights. So it's something that we would take back.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Challoner.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, follow-up question on the height matter. So you're talking about the height being suggested to increase because of the consolidation of various properties. Help me understand how that actually works intellectually, because whether it's, one piece of land or 6 pieces of land, isn't it consistently 6 stories? I mean, how does consolidation figure in increasing the height of a project?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, if you can recall the designations that were shown on the presentation, half of the designation was in the strategic growth area, the other half was in the urban area. And at that time, that also shows that we do have a road widening that's required across Main Street up to 10 meters. When you take out the constraints of the road widening, the transition of Main Street, it does provide that there's very little space to actually achieve any height without the additional lands being added to it. And the fact of the matter is, now that we have a consolidated parcel, we're able to start relooking and revisiting what the appropriate heights are and the appropriate densities are that would support a transit-oriented community. So if we were just to stay within, I'm very short, if we were just to stay within the designated area, it would be a very thin building that wouldn't attribute to any kind of density. The consolidation, in short, was necessary.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Minikakis.
I'm curious, Mr. Chair, if this is an enormous project and it is, it's abutting right to the street, basically right to the sidewalks of that area. And I'm wondering about the mitigation to local businesses that are there. And I'm wondering about the residents that are in the local area and emergency service, how they get through. Have you thought all this through in terms of the magnitude of the project and the size of it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Menakakis. The planning applications at hand are for land use. There are further planning processes that relate to the more detailed design to ensure that there's a fire route, there's essential services routes that are included. As a part of this exercise, requesting land uses, we have looked at compatibility studies that look at transition, including shadow studies, the heritage report, noise studies. The proposal does reflect the conceptual site plan that was submitted, does reflect the road widenings that are included as a part of Pearl Street and Bruce Street and Prince Street. And then we're suggesting a reduction of the Main Street road widening that we anticipate means further discussion with the municipality through this application process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other members of council that have questions at this time for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, we will move forward to the delegations portion for this public meeting. I just again want to echo what Commissioner Hogan mentioned a moment ago when she spoke, that we thank all the delegations obviously for coming out. Your comments can continue to be accepted during this time by writing, by sending an email to townclerk@milton.ca. Again, council will not be making a decision on this application this evening. This report that's before us today for a vote later on after the delegations is simply for information purposes only. A technical report will follow at a later time. That will be the opportunity for council to make the final decision on this application. With that, we have 22 delegations signed up for this item. And with that, I'll begin with the first delegation from Nick Crappen. If Nick could please attend the podium. He's downstairs. We'll give him a moment to attend. If anybody has his phone number, feel free to give him a call or message as well. That might be helpful. I'm sure everybody's connected. What we'll do is we'll wait for Nick to get up here and we'll shift him down. But I do see Rob Matero next. We can, yeah, Monotero. We can have you delegate first and then we can go back and forth if needed. Rob, if you could, I just mentioned it, but if you could just state your name again and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to speak specifically about the application that was before us.
Well, first of all, good evening, Mayor, councillors, town staff, and fellow residents. My name is Robert Montanaro. I live at 35 Court Street South, just a few steps from the proposed Main and Prince site. I'm here because I absolutely love Old Milton. Its human scale, its heritage charm, and the everyday livability that makes this town not a skyline. Tonight, I'm asking you to refuse the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments and instead direct a right-size redesign. We now have over 2,000 petition signatures, including the vast majority of the 200 households that are within the 200 meters within the proposed site that all ask and would like you to consider a responsible alternative. This isn't a handful of objections. This is a neighborhood speaking with one clear voice. 2 towers of 16 and 18 stories are 8 to 10 times taller than the surrounding homes. That's not transition, that's a barrier. It would dominate Main, Pearl, Prince, and set a new benchmark for over-intensification in Old Milton's core. The 6-story podium alone overwhelms the block, with no meaningful setbacks and oversized floor plates that guarantee deep shadows and that will constantly overlook neighborhood homes. Pearl and Prince are narrow. Their heritage area streets designed for neighborhood walks and children playing. Hundreds of trucks and extra vehicles were not designed for this area. Any future version of this proposal must have access to Main and Bruce to protect safety and preserve emergency routes. Storm and sanitary systems are already near capacity. A full lot podium means no soil to absorb water. And winter snow has nowhere to go, which means that it will be trucked out and left with noisy vehicles coming in to remove that snow, as well as icy sidewalks. Before any approval, we need independent peer-reviewed studies on servicing, traffic, wind, water, and shadow, with results to be made public. These towers would create long permanent shadows and wind tunnels while erasing the open light that defines the neighborhood. What looks green in rendering cannot grow without sun. The site directly borders heritage, my house included. Instead of complementing it, the proposal would overwhelm it. You can't preserve history by towering over it. Residents want housing and local businesses to succeed, but we also want a design that fits. Approving towers of this scale here would reset expectations across downtown. If 18 stories are acceptable on Main and Prince, every developer will be asking you all for more. The zoning justification relies on the regional MTSA boundary error that captures this lot, but excludes several other lots closer to the GO station. Council can and should ask Halton Region to correct that line, restore the sensible planning boundaries. Noise, dust, traffic, and multi-year construction, likely upwards of 7 years, will disrupt all families in this neighborhood and include risk of heritage home foundations. If a building can't be built safely within the footprint, it shouldn't belong there. We're saying yes to scalable, to the right scale, possibly as 4 to 6 story mid-rise with small scale commercial or ground-oriented homes can meet housing goals, support local businesses, and fit the neighborhood we all have come to love. I've got 5 asks and I'm almost done. Refuse the current official plan and the zoning amendments. 2, require independent peer-reviewed technical studies. 3, keep all access on Main and Bruce. 4, correct the MTSA mapping boundary with the Halton region. And 5, direct a right size, redesign contextual, sensitive plan. Progress isn't built on the number of floors, it's measured in fit. Let's protect Old Milton's character
very large iceberg of deficiencies. I urge council and town staff to do a detailed examination of the proposal to uncover its many deficiencies and deny the developer's request for zoning amendments and variances until such time as the many deficiencies are appropriately addressed in a revised design. The cumulative, certain, and possible impacts of the proposal as currently designed make this project totally inappropriate for the site and the neighborhood. I want to reiterate, I'm enthusiastically in support of the responsible development of this site in a way that improves the aesthetic and character of the neighborhood and does not sacrifice neighboring infrastructure and quality of life. We owe it to the future residents of this development to ensure a responsible development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. I do have a question from Councillor Best. Councillor Best, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Nick, for your presentation. Thank you for your presentation, your research on this. You mentioned about dewatering and problems with your neighbors with subsides. Could you highlight what the issues are currently in the area? Do you have situations where you have wet basements or situations where basements are under threat now with construction?
Right. In springtime, my house, my sump pump runs nonstop already. So that we already have a high water table in this area. In November, the water table tends to be low and the sump pump doesn't run. So the assessment taking measurements in November, December, it's like I said, it's completely inadequate in terms of properly assessing the potential impact. A lot of the foundations in the neighborhood are on older buildings where we have stone foundations, not block or poured foundations. Those would be more susceptible to water infiltration and potential hydrostatic pressure, damaging foundations and settling. So there's a lot of vulnerable infrastructure in the neighborhood that really hasn't, and the impact of that type of infrastructure hasn't been assessed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Just one moment here. I was just advised by Madam Clerk that there were some audio issues earlier downstairs in the observation areas. I just want to apologize for those issues. I have been told that they have been corrected. However, if they do reoccur, please let a member of our staff know so we can have them rectified again. And again, apologies for that. And we appreciate that your patience during that time. Thank you, sir. There are more questions. Mayor Krantz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. I should ask this of the first deputation as well. Has it been registered with the clerk, the presentation? Now, I'd also mention that everything that's being said here tonight is being recorded as well. But I would suggest if they haven't registered it with the clerk, please do so because it's really important moving forward.
That's right, Mayor Krantz. I can confirm that there are sheets in the back that residents can sign to be notified of any project updates. In addition to that, these delegations are registered in advance. Therefore, any updates to this proposal will be emailed to them by our staff. And anybody that wants to be added to that communication list, as I mentioned earlier, can email townclerk@milton.ca for that purpose.
Yeah, I understand that, but the presentation that was made here tonight hasn't been registered with the clerk. Is the question?
It was.
Yes, sir, it has.
And the report was submitted in advance.
That's important.
Yep. And staff are also taking notes of the delegation's comments as part of their review of the proposal at hand. Yep. Anything else, Mayor Krantz? Councillor Challoner.
It's just very quickly to Nick, how widespread are the basement water problems in your neighborhood?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I know I can speak for myself and a few other people. So I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, Kim, if we could just, we have to follow procedural rules. I apologize for that, but we just.
I suspect they're widespread enough. And the concern is largely that it'll raise the water table. So you may have basements that currently don't have an issue. They don't have a sump pump. They don't have any of that infrastructure. And then you raise the water table and they're not equipped at all to handle it.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Councillor. And just a reminder to everyone, this is a public meeting, so we are going to go through the registered delegations first, but anybody is welcome after the registered delegations to come to the podium and speak for a max of 5 minutes. If you would like to note stuff down on your end to make sure you don't forget, you're welcome to do that, but you will have an opportunity to voice your concerns and feedback at this public meeting. Are there any other questions for this delegation by members of council? Seeing none, thank you, sir. The next delegation is Lawrence Jacobs. Lawrence, if you could please attend the podium. That's for Lawrence Jacobs. He's not coming? Okay, Lawrence is not attending. The next delegation is Stephen Medhurst.
Yeah, I was getting at least one.
Stephen Medhurst. Stephen, Welcome. Please come to the podium. Please state your name and you have 5 minutes to do your delegation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephen Medhurst. So I don't know if this officially qualifies me for NIMBY membership. It's technically not my backyard. I'm a bit further south, but I do care about the town and the integrity of Main Street, and I care about Milton's future. I'm not here to oppose all condos ever, but I do think proposals that affect our existing Main Street deserve additional level of scrutiny, especially when there's lots of other places to build. That said, I know the owners of I know this is the owner's property, and they're of course trying to get the most out of it. I would too, but that doesn't mean the public shouldn't push back. Some of what I have in the larger report I uploaded to the city's website might be inaccurate, and some of what I say, the planners and developers may laugh at and say, haha, we don't have to care about that. I'm not a lawyer, not an engineer, or one of these consultants involved in the creation of documents like this. But I also don't know how any average member of the public can meaningfully contribute and wrap their head around all these documents. So given that's the case, and it's 2025, I put these 1,000 pages of documents through ChatGPT and Claude, and I said, hey, can you point out anything that seems odd? I'll note ahead of time, I was hoping they would say, hey, here's the smoking gun, but there is no smoking gun, there's no gotcha. I'm sure there are buildings that have been approved with worse reports, but there are some gaps, and they're likely just the result of loopholes or holes in general related to what these people are required to sort of report on. So my larger document dives into these, but these are the 4 items I kind of wanted to bring up here. So one I think is a big one and something that should be, that is overlooked, but these reports don't take into account rideshare, Uber, Amazon, anything like that. Excuse me, grocery delivery. I couldn't locate a public study for a 570 unit building, but I found some studies by DoorDash and some others that say Canadians using food delivery apps average 4 orders per month. So scale that up, 500, 600 unit building, you're looking at hundreds of deliveries a week. That doesn't take into account Amazon. That doesn't take into account Uber's drives. That's just Uber Eats and things like that. So pulling data from different sources when scaled to a 500, 600 unit condo show that parcel deliveries, Amazon, things like that, there's about 1,000 to 1,100 parcel deliveries for a building of this size, and 200 to 500 food delivery per week. So that's, 1,500, 1,600 extra cars on these tiny little roads every week, right? None of that seems to be modeled in the traffic analysis, and it's going to add to the congestion. Part 2 is the construction phase. I saw there's a lot of stuff about road winding. I hadn't seen those documents. I don't know where they are. And I think that's the next step now that I'm hearing all this stuff, but there's no construction management plan. It's going to be, thousands of tons of dirt and things like that need to be moved out of there. And obviously that hasn't been discussed in these documents. I don't know when that will come, but there's no construction management plan. Again, people who know more than me probably are saying, yeah, that's coming, right? The other thing is the traffic gaps. Again, I think this is not a loop. Someone streaming said the sound is back on. Someone just texted me the sound's back on. All right.
Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. I am being advised that we have corrected the issue once again. However, I will again say, like I did prior, if that issue comes back up again, if somebody wants to let me know, so we can pause and get it situated. And again, apologies to everyone in the overflow rooms for the technical difficulties. YouTube seems to be having some issues portraying the audio over to the rooms there. Sir, you were wrapping up your remarks. We'll give you about another 40, 50 seconds there. Go ahead.
Perfect. Starting from the top of the closing, to wrap it up, growth is necessary. Condos aren't the enemy. The team has every right to try and get this built, but there's a lot of untouched property for the city to develop. So from a tax and revenue standpoint, this will be made up elsewhere. Milton will be fine. The fact that this feeds directly onto two small residential streets, which I see now are going to get expanded, but regardless, routes to and overloads main roads that are already projected to fail traffic studies. So again, that the document already mentions that in 10 years, the roads will be failing traffic estimates. I've lost myself. And it's going to encroach upon our historic Main Street. It should warrant additional consideration. So that's it.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions for this delegation from council? Seeing none, thank you very much. The next delegation is going to be Thank you. The next delegation is going to be Catherine Weiss-Wicks. I apologize if I said that incorrectly.
Okay.
Please state your first name, last name, and you may begin 5 minutes.
Catherine Wiscavage. Good evening, Mayor, France, councillors, town staff, and fellow residents. My name is Catherine Wiscavage, and I'm the proud owner of 359 Pearl Street, a heritage home dating back to 1853, located approximately 50 meters from the proposed Slessor development. Tonight, I stand before you to speak about a defining issue in this matter, heritage and character, and why this proposal threatens to erase what makes Old Milton so special. This site sits directly beside Old Milton's heritage core, where century homes, churches, and small-scale commercial buildings create a streetscape that still feels like a true town center, walkable, warm, and distinctly human in scale. The buildings here aren't just old. Like my home, they tell the story of Milton's growth and community spirit. Each roofline, brick facade, and narrow lot contributes to a rhythm that has evolved over generations. The proposed 16 and 18-story towers have no relationship to that rhythm. The towers represent a project that is entirely out of scale, both visually and culturally. Where the existing streetscape lives and breathes, this proposal imposes a wall of concrete and glass. Instead of complementing Old Milton's character, it dominates and diminishes it. Milton's official plan is very clear on this matter. New development must preserve and enhance community character and must be compatible in scale, form, appearance with the surrounding areas. The town's heritage master plan echoes that principle, calling for sensitive design transitions and the protection of heritage settings. This proposal violates both, not just in height, but in attitude and aesthetics. Our community identity is not defined by tall buildings or skyline statements. It's defined by human scale. The ability to walk down Main Street, shop at the farmer's market, attend street festivals, see familiar faces, and admire the heritage facades, all the while feeling connected to the town's roots. That's not nostalgia. That's what gives Milton its sense of place. If approved as proposed, this project would permanently alter that experience. The towers would loom over heritage buildings, casting long shadows over landmarks that have stood for over a century. What now feels intimate and authentic would become dwarfed and overshadowed. Once that kind of visual imbalance takes hold, you can't undo it. The heritage character is lost forever. A proposal such as this undermines every single heritage designation in Milton. And if approved, Old Milton, its heritage buildings, and historic neighborhoods would permanently be under threat. This isn't about opposing progress, it's about directing progress responsibly. Milton can absolutely grow while honoring its past. A more context-sensitive design for this site, something similar to the commercial residential townhomes at the corner of Derry or Thompson, could achieve this balance. It could deliver new housing, ground floor commercial space, and a refreshed streetscape while maintaining the visual harmony and small town fabric that define Milton. This approach would align perfectly with the town's civic precinct plan and the reimagineering Main Street vision, both of which emphasize revitalization that respects heritage, enhances pedestrian experience, and strengthens community character. That's the Milton residents want to see. Growth that feels like it belongs, not growth that could belong anywhere. Council has the opportunity and the responsibility to uphold these principles. I urge you to defend our official plan, protect the legacy of our heritage district, and send this proposal back for redesign. Let's build a future that grows from Milton's roots, not one that paves over it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your delegation. Councillor Best has a question. Councillor Best.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. A further question that I asked earlier. Do you have any issues with your basement at present, and could this building affect your house?
Yes, absolutely. January of this year, a flood in my basement. So
What is the style of your basement in terms of construction? Is it concrete?
it's
brick?
stone, house is 1853.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. So,
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions for this delegation from Council? Seeing none, thank you very much,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
The next delegation is going to be Ryan Morrison. If Ryan could please come to the podium. Good evening and welcome. If you would please state your first name, last name, and you have 5 minutes to do your delegation. Yeah,
My name is Ryan Morrison and I live at 360 Pine Street. I am no engineer. I am no master at anything, but my mom and dad taught me to stand up for myself. So this is what we're here to do. I'm going to talk a little bit about winter because that's what I know. I do a lot of snow removal in my line of work, and I have no idea where the snow is going to go for this project. It is from one side to the other, street to street. I don't know if anyone has seen the snow in Milton. I live there, so I shovel it a lot. And it just seems to me that I don't know if this plan has been thought out to the point where, like, where is this snow going to go? Are you going to haul it out? There's nowhere to pile it. There's nowhere to pile it now. So I'm not sure what's going to happen with that. The dangers of the freeze thaw, the shadow that this thing's casting, it's just going to cause more problems when it comes to that. I'm all for development of this property. I just think that it needs to be done with a little more class and a little more character. I also live in a heritage home built in 1855. I think Mayor Krantz gave me an award for the renovations that we did on it. I have that document somewhere. My basement used to leak, but I paid a lot of money to have it so it doesn't leak anymore. But when it comes to the snow removal, which I'll get back to, I just find like I don't think this has been thought out. There's seniors buildings up the street. There's balconies proposed. Where's that snow going to go? The streets where I live, there you can't bring a tractor trailer to move snow out of there. Most snow removal is done at nighttime. Like I don't really think they understand what it's going to take to get this stuff out of there. Other than that, I don't have too much to say. I'd like to stand up here for 5 minutes and look smart, but I just wanted to do my part and say that I think there's a better option for this property, and I hope that all you guys can consider that.
Yep.
I'll take any questions.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your delegation. Are there any questions? Are there any questions from Council for this delegation? No. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right. The next delegation is going to be from Paul Hollingshed. And hello, Paul. Sorry if I said your last name wrong. You could correct yourself there by stating your first and last name, and you have 5 minutes to speak to this presentation. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, last name is always kind of tricky. My name is Paul Hollingshead. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Krantz, councillors, town staff. My name is Paul Hollingshead. I'm here with my family. They're downstairs. And I live at 346 Pearl Street, only a short distance from this proposed Main and Prince development. I'm here tonight to speak about one of the most critical issues is the height and scale that has been mentioned many times previously. And how this proposal fundamentally fails to respect both the policies and the character that define Old Milton. The developer is proposing 2 towers of 16 and 18 stories sitting on top of a 6-story podium, using the entire site from corner to corner, pin to pin, completely full footprint of the property. There's no meaningful setbacks, no open green spaces, no transitions to the surrounding homes. It's a wall of mass, height, and completely fills the block. To put that into perspective, every building around this site is 1 or 2 stories with only a few 3-story heritage facades along Main Street. This project would be 8 to 10 times taller than its neighbors, a complete mismatch for the surrounding heritage homes. Milton's official plan and downtown secondary plan clearly calls for a transition in height and density between new and existing development. That means new buildings should step down towards low-rise areas, respecting the existing streetscapes and human scale. This proposal ignores the principle entirely. It places high-rise towers directly beside small homes on Pearl and Prince, without even the courtesy of a proper setback. This poor design would create an overpowering visual wall that looms over nearby houses and gardens. With towers running from the entire length of the lot, the result would be a continuous slab of concrete and glass dominating the skyline, blocking light and eliminating the visual rhythm and openness of Old Milton, the Old Milton charm. We also need to consider the precedent that this sets. If 18 stories can be justified here on a fully occupied lot within a low-rise residential setting, then where does it stop? Approval here would signal that the transition and height policies are negotiable. That context no longer matters. Once the line is crossed, there's really no going back. Old Milton has always been defined by its human scale, a place where you can walk Main Street, see heritage facades, hear church bells, still feel connected to the town's roots. In a 16 and 18 story wall running lot line to lot line would permanently alter the experience. It's not a matter of taste, it's a matter of urban integrity. We're not opposed to growth. We understand the need for housing and revitalization, but growth must be responsible. A mid-rise, maybe 5 stories, a development could clearly deliver the commercial and vitality of the area and new housing while being responsible, while still respecting the existing scale, allowing for open space, setbacks, sunlight. In 2012 and 2019, we made some changes to our home, which was built in 1850, and had to follow strict heritage rules. At the time, it was frustrating to follow those rules, but overall, we respected the town's vision and heritage of the area. In its current form, this proposal doesn't just stretch the limits, it obliterates them. It turns a quaint historic core into something that feels more like a downtown Toronto block. That's not what Milton planning documents envision, and it's not what residents want. I urge council to uphold the intent of our official plan and to protect the scale and livability, green space, and heritage that makes Old Milton very unique, and to send a clear message that growth must be complement and not crush the character of our neighborhood. I just also want to say I thank you very much to the councillors that have been very receptive to our questions and our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. We do have a question for you, Paul. Councillor Best, go ahead.
Sure. Yes, thank you, Paul, for your presentation. 2 questions just for council information. How many people are downstairs in the Milton room by your estimate?
I would say probably 50 people.
Just let everybody know that, you know, what we see here is double that. Secondly, some of us know you by your profession. What would just in your own personal opinion, without compromising your abilities, what would you say some of the fire risks are or challenges in terms of fighting a fire in a building like this in small residential streets, neighbors?
Well, I already think that the town has done a great job already with development and high rises. I think it's been quite known. The chief and the local union has been pushing for more full-time staffing. And I was talking with residents that were leaving a little bit earlier, and they're already concerned about demand on ambulance and fire as it is. And to put this type of density into a smaller area, I know they talked about expanding Main Street, but that Pearl Street, Prince area is still quite small. And to get fire apparatus in there, I honestly didn't look at it, but it's when you start going vertical, it usually demands a lot more manpower for sure.
Thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor. Are there any other questions for the delegation from members of council? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, guys.
The next delegation is from Colin Knoll. If Mr. Knoll could please come to the podium. Good evening and welcome. If you could please state your first name, last name, just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to deliver your delegation.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Town staff. My name is Colin Noel. I've been a resident at the Green Life Building at 383 Main Street East for 10 years. And I'm here tonight to represent my neighbors and talk about the proposed building at 388 Main Street East, Slusher Square. I want to be clear from the start that I am not opposed to development and growth in Milton. I support sustainable development, but my support is conditional on that growth being safe, strategic, and compatible with our existing community. The current proposal for 16 and 18 stories on this site fails to meet any of these criteria. Based on review of the applicant's own studies, this massive overdensification poses immediate, unacceptable risk to the safety and well-being of everyone who visits, walks, or lives in this neighborhood. The traffic impact study states that several of our key intersections are already operating near or at unacceptable levels and are on a clear trajectory towards a state of severe congestion and failure, level of service F, even before a development of this scale is built. But this is our lived experience. As a pedestrian who's already been hit by a vehicle in a flashing pedestrian crossover on Main and Prince immediately in this development, I can assure you that we do not need to be adding another 400 plus residential vehicles onto these streets. We are currently dealing with severe traffic congestion on Main Street and our surrounding residential lanes, and approval of this development at this density will not simply add traffic, it will guarantee system failure and create an even more dangerous environment for our community. This project is rooted in a fundamental flaw in the traffic impact study and its references to the major transit station area. The parking and trip generation assumptions and references used by the applicant are drawn from dense urban centers like Toronto and Mississauga, cities with massive high density transit networks. Council, this is Milton. The data in the town's 2024 Transit Master Plan final report shows that Milton Transit only accounts for 2% of all trips made by Milton residents. Car dependency remains extremely high and traffic is already dangerous in this area. Using these flawed urban core metrics, the traffic impact study is guaranteed to drastically underestimate the number of cars that will actually flood our streets. We're not just adding residents. We are adding hundreds of new, highly car-dependent households to a system that is already breaking. The safety risk of this is compounded by the commercial component to this overdensification. This application provides inadequate on-site accommodation for customers visiting the ground floor commercial spaces. In a highly car-dependent town like Milton, this means the proposal requires any customer to park off-site and walk back, often crossing dangerous intersections where near misses and collisions are already witnessed daily. This is not a sustainable model for growth. It is safety hazard by design. A lack of on-site parking will inevitably lead to massive parking spillover that floods the visitor lots of adjacent buildings and surrounding residential streets. This forces pedestrians into route conflicts with reckless drivers who navigate blindly around parked cars, pinch points, and blind spots that compromise the visibility and safety of pedestrians and cyclists. The traffic impact study also neglects to evaluate the traffic entering and exiting 383 Main Street East, acting as a dead-end street serving 160 families. Nor the surrounding commercial spaces, parking lots, which would all act as spillover for this development. When you factor in that all of this is happening directly beside a school and a daycare, This proposed density becomes a reckless endangerment of our most vulnerable community members. The town of Milton's official plan is clear. Our goals are for well-managed growth, a safe, livable, healthy, and complete community. An approval for a development of 16 and 18 stories here is the antithesis of this vision. It is choosing over-densification that will overwhelm our already strained infrastructure, guarantee system failure, and put the well-being and safety of our community at risk. We urge you to reject the current official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. We ask that you stand for safe, policy-compliant growth and require the applicant to return with a responsible proposal that respects the existing official plan, 6-story maximum, submits a revised traffic impact study that uses Milton appropriate trip generation data, not flawed urban core metrics, and includes a comprehensive pedestrian and cycling safety audit to ensure all vulnerable community members are protected. Let's grow Milton wisely and safely. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir, for your delegation. I do have a question for you from Councillor Best. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Colin, for your presentation. Just for council's information, not everybody has a chance to read all the details. Could you just highlight what happened to you in that accident?
So bumper to bumper traffic coming home in the evening, as one would expect on Main Street. I was out walking my dog, and being a resident in the Green Life building, there's not much walkable area. So we always cross the street and head into the neighborhood as it's deemed much safer for pedestrians. And as the bumper to bumper traffic was stopped, we pushed the button to cross. We assumed they saw us. They were stopped at the crosswalk. As we start going through, he comes and hits us as we walk through the crosswalk.
I'm very sorry to hear that. And also you mentioned about number of families living in your building. How many children would you say were using that crosswalk on a daily basis to get to nearby schools or the ones fairly distant?
I couldn't really quantify a number, but there are definitely young families in the neighborhood, as well as a daycare that is immediately in front of our building. It's attached to that lot right there as well.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Best, was there anything else? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, sir. My apologies. If you could please come forward. Councillor Minikakis.
Thank you, Chair. Can you describe for us what it's like getting out of Green Life building with your car?
Oh, goodness. It is an endeavor. It is an endeavor to try and leave that building. Turning right is a struggle on most days. Turning left is near on impossible. If there's pedestrians as well, it really does impact the ability to see traffic as you're coming. You want to maintain a distance across the sidewalk there. There are numerous driveways, so even if someone is indicating a turn to use what you might assume is your driveway, they might be going on to the next, they might be in the previous. So it is an activity that requires full attention to try and leave the building, that's for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions from members of council for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
So I'm just going to call on the next few delegates in the order that I'll be calling them. It's going to be Michael Moore, Kenneth Borowski, and Catherine Borowski, and then Earl Goodeve. If we could just have everybody queued up so that we have everybody here. So the first one is going to be, again, Michael Moore. If you could please come to the podium. Good evening and welcome. If you could please state your first name, last name, and then you have 5 minutes to present your delegation.
Thank you. My name is Michael Moore. Good evening, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, councillors, town staff, and fellow residents. My name is Michael Moore. I'm here representing a group of concerned residents called Green Life 383 Main Street East. I am an owner and resident in the Green Life condominium and have lived there for over 11 years. I'm here tonight to express our community's deep concern about the impact the proposed lesser development will have on parking in this neighborhood. Not just for our building, but for the entire surrounding neighborhood. Let me be clear, this is not about opposing growth, as we've heard already. We understand the need for housing and revitalization, but growth must be responsible. A lower building, such as a 4 to 6 story development like ours, could help deliver density, commercial vitality, and new housing, while still respecting the existing neighborhood. In other words, it would fit right in. Responsible growth means realistic planning, and the parking assumptions in this proposal are simply not realistic for our part of historic Old Milton. The traffic impact and parking study underpinning this application relies on parking demand rates drawn from large urban centers, again, as Colin said, like Toronto and Mississauga, cities with extensive public transit networks and walkable commercial areas. Milton's not there yet. Our transit system is very limited, and car ownership remains extremely high. The study dramatically underestimates how many spaces will be needed for residents, visitors, and customers. The study fails to include visitor parking for commercial units. That means no dedicated space for staff or shoppers, restaurant patrons, or office visitors. What will those vehicles go? Well, they'll spill over into every nearby lot that looks remotely available. That means that the lots at our building in 383 Main Street, the Subway Plaza, the daycare, Play It Again, and Whistler Delicatessen. These lots are already small and at capacity during normal days, and also for planned events like the farmers market and street festivals. We believe that this overflow could have a direct negative economic impact on the residents at the Green Life building. To protect our limited private parking, we will have to increase enforcement patrols and monitoring, which means hiring staff, issuing warnings, and occasionally towing of unauthorized vehicles. These measures cost money. For our condominium, that translates to higher operating expenses and ultimately higher maintenance fees for every one of our 160 owners. That's not speculation. That's a real measurable cost caused by an inadequate parking plan. But even before the project is finished, we'll face major disruptions. For multiple years, our area will become a construction zone. Dump trucks, concrete mixers, cranes, construction deliveries will all need space to park. Sorry. Main Street is already terribly congested. Bruce, Prince, and Pearl Streets are narrow residential streets, completely unsuitable and not designed for heavy equipment and constant truck traffic. Then there's the construction workers, potentially hundreds of vehicles looking for parking 5 to 7 days a week for a very long period of time during various construction phases. There's currently nowhere for them to park without spilling into neighboring commercial lots or onto residential streets. We've witnessed this just recently at the development behind the Superstore Plaza. The parking's just incredible in all illegal spots. All this would be happening right outside and beside a school and a daycare where children walk, ride, and play. The combination of tight streets, limited visibility, constant illegal parking, and heavy trucks is a serious safety hazard. We also cannot look at this proposal in isolation. With the new civic precinct plan near Town Hall, public and visitor parking in the downtown core will already be under pressure. The combination of the civic precinct and the Slessor Square development, along with many others, will make the parking in the immediate area increasingly unmanageable, and the overflow will only make it worse. Council has an opportunity here to prevent a long-term problem before it starts. We ask you that you require a revised parking analysis using Milton appropriate data, not downtown or Mississauga metrics. Ensure dedicated visitor and commercial parking is properly accounted for if there's going to be commercial property. Consider the cumulative parking impact of nearby neighbors, developments, and civic facilities. We want to be good neighbors, and we want this area to thrive, but that can't happen if the surrounding properties are forced to bear the burden of an unrealistic parking plan. Don't let our streets, our parking lots, and our residents pay the price for a miscalculation. Let's get this right together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions for this delegation from council? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. The next delegation is going to be from Kenneth Borowski. Apologies again if I said the last name wrong there. If you could please correct yourself with your first name, last name, and you have 5 minutes to speak to this matter.
Yeah, my name is Ken Borowski. Mike ran over, so I have 12 seconds.
I'll hold you to it.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, ladies and gentlemen, neighbors, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As I said, my name is Ken Borowski, and me and my wife and I, reside at 383 Main Street, the Green Life Building. We've been there since December 2011, just after it opened. I'm here to raise serious concerns about the proposed development and its lack of a construction management plan, a gap that poses real risks to our neighbors, our neighborhood, safety, infrastructure, and well-being. Let me begin with the most glaring omission. There is no construction management plan submitted, no evaluation of constructability, and no strategy for mitigating impacts. This is deeply troubling given the proximity to residential homes, daycare, a school, and numerous small businesses. This development is not adjacent to a rail corridor or industrial zone. This is in a living, breathing community. One of the most immediate concerns is dust. A project of this scale will generate significant airborne debris, which will settle on our solar panels at 383 Main Street East. This isn't hypothetical, it's measurable. Each cleaning of our solar panels costs approximately $5,000. Without a dust mitigation strategy, we could be facing multiple cleanings per season, creating a recurring financial burden for residents and building owners. Reduced solar output directly affects affordability, especially for seniors and families on fixed incomes. There is also no assessment for how deep excavation into the water table might affect our geothermal system. This system is essential to our building sustainability and energy efficiency. Ignoring its vulnerability is just not negligent, it's incompatible with the town's climate goals. Parking, as has been stated earlier, is another major issue. There is no plan for where construction workers will park, where concrete trucks will stage, or how cranes and dirt hauling vehicles will be accommodated. Our streets, Pearl, Prince, and Bruce, are narrow residential roads. They were never designed for heavy construction traffic. In-street truck volume will cause congestion, damage road surface, pose safety risks for pedestrians, cyclists, and especially children attending the nearby schools and daycares. And what about pedestrian safety? There is no plan for protective walkways or safe detours. Families, seniors, and students rely on these sidewalks daily. Without a strategy, walkability and safety will be compromised. Traffic flow and emergency access are also unaddressed. Construction will likely require street closures and rerouting onto smaller roads, yet there is no plan for maintaining emergency vehicle access. This is a public safety issue. The application also fails to explain how dirt and debris will be removed from the site. There are no specific routes or schedules to minimize disruption, and the location of cranes and other large equipment is not disclosed, raising serious concerns about overhead hazards to pedestrians, vehicles, and adjacent properties. It's worth noting that other high-rise developments in Milton have been approved in areas adjacent to rail lines or commercial zones, not beside established residential neighborhoods, schools, or daycares. This proposal is out of step with that precedent. Finally, from a policy standpoint, the proposal does not conform to the critical plan's requirements for transition, compatibility, or public realm safety. The technical reports may meet the minimum, but they fail to address cumulative impacts or real-world context. The proposed floor space index of 9.37 is more than 3 times the guideline of 3.0 under section C.7.8.1 of the Central Business District Plan. That alone signals that the scale is inappropriate for this location. Council, we are not asking for perfection. We're asking for protection for our streets, our systems, our seniors, and our children. A development of this magnitude demands a comprehensive construction plan. Without it, we are left exposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
The next delegation is going to be Catherine Borowski. Good evening, ma'am. If you could please state your first name, last name, and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to speak and give your delegation.
Yes, my name's Catherine Borowski. My husband saved me 20 seconds, so I get to add it on. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, town staff, fellow Miltonians. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Catherine Borowski. I'm a resident of Green Life and a representative of the people who live at the Green Life condos. This proposal is not just about buildings, it's about people and the quality of life. So it's about seniors and families and the character of Old Milton, and it's about whether our planning decisions will reflect the values and guidelines we've committed to as a town. Let me begin with sunlight. The shadow studies show that from September to April, the proposed towers will cast significant shadows over our condo and the neighboring homes, yards, public spaces. At 383 Main, our building consists of seniors, families, and working professionals. And for us, sunlight isn't just pleasant, it's essential, and it's a natural source of wellness, and it supports mental health and physical well-being. The town's official plan and urban design guidelines emphasize the importance of sunlight for livability. This proposal undermines that principle. It also undermines our green building values. Many residents chose 383 Main Street because it's a green building. But the scale of this development, the shadowing and the dust from the construction will reduce our solar output and compromise our solar viability. This contradicts the town's climate action goals and green development commitments. Next are noise and vibration. Now, the applicant's own noise and vibration impact study confirms that sound levels from Main Street, Ontario Street, and the railway will exceed Ministry of Environment thresholds. That means future residents will require special construction and warning clauses just to live there. And for our residents, especially the seniors, this increase in traffic and activity from 570 new units will bring daily disruptions and stress. Pedestrian safety is another issue. Tall buildings with minimal setbacks can create dangerous wind conditions at street level and put pedestrian safety at risk. Yet the applicant has not provided independent wind tunnel testing or mitigation strategies. This is especially troubling given that the properties are subject to multiple holding provisions under the town's planning framework, provisions that require a pedestrian wind study before development can proceed. Speaking of safety, the proposed minimum setback from the sidewalk to the podium creates a winter hazard. Snow and ice falling from upper balconies could endanger pedestrians below, and that risk is not addressed in the applicant's design or assessments. The narrow setback also makes sidewalks less comfortable and less accessible, especially for children, seniors, those with mobility aids. This contradicts the town's own urban design guidelines for a vibrant, safe, and inclusive public realm. And what about public spaces? This plan prioritizes density over dignity. It offers insufficient public space, inadequate greenery, and minimal community amenities. It will increase traffic, strain infrastructure, push overflow parking into side streets and visitor lots, areas that were never designed for this volume. This proposal does not support Milton's commitment to public spaces. Finally, we must consider the economic impact. Reduced solar income and increased enforcement and operational costs for parking and safety measures on our property will affect our affordability for those of us on fixed incomes. But especially, and most importantly, this proposal threatens the character of Old Milton, which is defined by its small town feel, its social cohesion, and its walkable charm to which everybody has spoken to already. This development will ignores the policy set by council and the town and the values of the community. We are not opposed to growth, as been said before. We are opposed to growth that disregards livability, safety, and community values. Council, I urge you to consider the full impact of this proposal, not just in terms of height and density, but in terms of human experience. Quality of life matters. Let's protect what makes Milton livable, inclusive, and uniquely yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I do have a question for you, Councillor Best. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine, for your presentation. I understand you are on the board for the condo?
Yes, I am.
And you mentioned about the reduction in the solar panel revenue generation. How much of a percentage of your revenues does the solar panel generate? And what kind of impact would this have if you had shadow for the amount of time that's been estimated?
Mayor, Council, our next speaker, Earl, who is our solar king, Yes, he is our all-knowing solar guru. He is going to speak to that. But I can tell you that it will be significant because this study takes a point of time, one day in a quarter, and we will be living it all year long, every day. And so when you get solar panels that can't work, then we lose our monies. But Earl will speak to that. Thank you.
I'll wait for the Solar King.
Yeah, wait for the Solar King.
Excellent, thank you. All right. Earl, you are the next delegation. Earl Goodeye, if you could please state your first name, last name. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to present your delegation.
Yes, my name is Earl Goodey, the Solar King, Sun King. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors, town staff, and fellow residents. I'm a resident at 383 Main Street East, the Green Life condo. I have lived there since it was constructed some 13 years ago. I'm here tonight to address one of the more critical issues from our viewpoint, proposed building height and its ensuing shadow, and how this proposal fails to respect the fact that our condominium has an existing active solar array occupying the entire roof of the building. I and most other owners purchased units in Green Life 13 years ago because it was green. It was one of the first buildings in Milton designed and built to minimize its carbon footprint. There was a premium to pay for this innovative construction, but this was to be offset with significantly lower maintenance fees over the life of the building. Ground source heating and cooling, colloquially referred to as geothermal, was a desirable choice of lower operating costs. But the main feature that attracted attention was the large solar array on the building roof. This array was a major reason the developer could promise that Green Life would have the lower unit maintenance fees than similar sized buildings. The solar array is a significant source of revenue for us. The average annual contribution to maintenance fees over the past 12 years that has been operational is just over $196,000. That is not a trivial amount. For the solar array to work, it must be exposed to the sun. It works best, of course, at bright sunny days, but it still produces significant energy on cloudy days, but at reduced levels that are related directly to the thickness of the clouds. Light rays, however, do not go through buildings. And since light rays travel in straight lines, any solid or opaque structure between the sun and a solar panel will result in that shaded cells and panels producing very little power. We need to minimize or preferably eliminate any blockage of sunlight for our panels to work and lower our maintenance fees and operating costs. According to the developer's own study, and I quote, "The shadow impact analysis of solar collection indicates the solar panel installation at 383 Main Street East will receive a minimum of 8 hours of sunlight during the April, June, and September test periods, plus not impacted more than 2 continuous hours in December. The shadow impact analysis of solar collection shows the proposed development meets the criteria indicated in this assessment. However, those criteria are directed at quality of life, not on an active solar array. This isn't just a technicality. Deliberate shading is a direct financial loss for me and for other residents, and a setback for Milton's climate and sustainability goals. Unlike Mother Nature, a building shadow is deep and predictable. It is always there, but its extent, size, and duration result from calculated decisions that could be prevented. When they are properly designed and installed, solar panels are intentionally located in areas totally free of shadow so that they can do the job they were installed to do. A shadow on any portion of the array has an impact on energy production that is greater than the simple percentage of shade versus solar area. The design impact analysis admits that the proposed structure will be so tall as to cast building shadow on our solar array. It does not appear concerned that shadowing of varying degrees and durations will occur from sometime prior to September 21 up to the study's December 21 evaluation. And the study does not highlight that shadowing continues to the end of April. That is 8 months of the year that the proposed development would impact our solar energy production. In those 8 months, solar energy revenues average over $90,000 per year, or almost half of our annual income. Any shadowing over those 8 months would significantly affect that revenue. It is apparent even from the limited information in the analysis that at the winter equinox, shadowing will impact close to 25% of our daily time to generate power. Under the Planning Act, Council must consider economic well-being and the health of existing residents. We urge you to require a full independent solar impact assessment before any approvals and to ensure that existing investments in green energy are protected. We are not opposed to growth. We understand the need for housing and revitalization, but that growth must be responsible. In other words, a 5 to 6 story building would fit right in and not shadow any existing solar generator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions for the delegation from council? Seeing none, thank you very much. The next delegation is going to be from Nicole Sylvester. Nicole Sylvester. I think she might be outside. There we are. Good evening, ma'am. If you could please state your first name and last name, and just a reminder, like everyone else, you have about 5 minutes to present your delegation.
Wonderful. Thank you. Through your worship, thank you for having me tonight. My name is Nicole Sylvester. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition of the proposed application that the town, that in the form that it's currently presented. Staff staff consisting of professional planners and other professions supporting them, prepared the Milton MTSA and took a great deal of effort and care to prepare those documents. And I'd like to make sure that we are reviewing the applicant's application to there. I don't think we should be thinking 18 stories and saying, can we work down? We should be working from the 4 stories or the 5 stories that's in that plan and thinking, if we are okay with allowing more height, what else is required to support that height, such as setbacks from property line or additional amenity space, additional parking to support that increase over what staff and everyone's approved is appropriate for that space. So while I understand the planning process permits developers to propose changes to the OPA with justification, I feel the studies presented in support of this development just really don't meet the mark. They don't provide sufficient technical justification. And I really feel that they almost seem to be a copy and paste from other sites without taking the care and due diligence to understand the existing site conditions and context of the established neighborhoods. If you look at the reports, there's headers and footers that reference other applications. So as a professional engineer, a very simple thing is make sure you have the address cited correctly, because then it makes me question all the other technical analysis presented in that report. One thing I'd like to highlight is the traffic study. I'm not a traffic engineer, I'm a civil engineer, but they recommend, so I recommend staff to require the applicant to extend the intersections that are in the study area. So if you look at the intersections studied, they did not include the intersection of Prince and Pine, Pine and Ontario, Pine and Commercial. These are already unsafe intersections that staff is already doing traffic counts and analysis to say, how can we make these intersections safe? And they weren't studied as part of adding a lot of cars to this area. I don't know how this gets addressed, but as part of the traffic study, they identified that for 2034, the level of service at Main and Ontario was a level F. That's the lowest level. And yet nowhere in the report do they provide mitigation efforts to say, well, we will do X, Y, or Z to improve the level of service. It was just a, yeah, it's bad level of service and acceptance and move on. The site's access is currently directed to Pearl Street. The site has 4 streets, and yet they propose the street that has the most conflicts. There's a school there, there's low-rise residents. Why didn't they pick any other sites? You can reconfigure this property in many different ways. So a few other points. So the parking studies were done for similar sites that were done in 2017. That's almost 10 years ago. they've had lots of time to do additional similar sites, specifically in Milton or in Oakville, in Burlington, that would provide more current data. I feel there's insufficient lay-by parking, short-term parking, drop-off pickup areas on the surface. There's no discussion of EV charging spots, no affordable units, and really not enough amenity space. There's like 2 small community rooms, which is not enough. If we want to build a complete community, we have to think of community spaces that everyone can use, not just a party of 10 people. A few other points that I have. So back to the traffic study where the level of service was an F for the intersection of Main and Ontario Street. It identified that the eastbound left turn lane, so going east on Main Street, will exceed the storage by 5 to 20 meters. So you will have cars lining up at every single light by 5 to 20 meters. This is basically to Bruce Street. So every single light is going to back up traffic to Bruce Street. That's this level of safety F that the proponent has identified and not provided any concrete mitigation measures. There is discussion to say, well, we can improve it by doing X, Y, or Z. My time is up. I'm sorry. Can I speak to one more point?
If you want to just maybe summarize in a quick sentence or two, we can do that. Again, you can remind her, you can provide it in writing as well to townclerk@milton.ca.
Yeah.
All feedback is welcome to be accepted, even if your time is up. We can still intake that. It's not lost. Yeah.
Thank you. My last point is this public meeting should have happened before the applicant submitted studies. There's a lot of public feedback that was not heard. It almost seems like that this first submission was almost a waste of consultants' time. Why provide all of these studies when it's completely out of context? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Best, do you have a question?
Yeah, not to the delegation, but to staff, because you raised an excellent point there. Possibly if staff could do a brief overview of the study process and how it's done. And you know, your technical points are quite valid.
Commissioner Hogan?
Through the chair to the councillor, in order to deem an application complete, all of the technical studies are required up front. So that is what happened in this instance. Thank you.
Just further to that, in terms of the technical report, which the staff recommendation is for, do you highlight the points that have been being raised right now?
Absolutely. The technical report will address everything that the delegate just raised. Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the delegation? No questions. Thank you very much, ma'am. The next delegation is going to be from Jennifer Edwards. Miss Edwards, could please come to the podium. Good evening. If you could please state your first name and last name, and just a reminder, like everyone else, you have about 5 minutes to present your delegation.
Absolutely. My name is Jennifer Edwards. I'm a longstanding resident of Milton, 47 years, and a proud heritage homeowner of 379 Pine Street, Milton, which is less than 200 meters away from the proposed location of what we're here to talk about tonight. But before I get started, I just want to mention, driving home from work today, coming up Main Street, that beautiful view of the escarpment that I think we all take for granted. And when we consider the proposed height of the building that is proposed, it's going to obstruct that, right? And that's a sign that we're home when we can see that escarpment. So I'll get started. I wish to respectfully state my opposition to the proposed official amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, which would permit a high density mixed use development in the residential neighborhood. To accommodate this proposal, the applicant requires an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment, which would allow site specific provisions, height, density setbacks, floor space index, tower separation, and other elements to which I am opposed. Here are a few key concerns. The existing neighborhood of South Main Street East is primarily low-rise residential, with 1 to 2-story homes, and introducing a 16 and 18-story atop a 6-story podium is a dramatic and abrupt change that risks overshadowing adjacent properties, reducing privacy, and fundamentally altering the area's character. The town conducted studies to protect the character of mature neighborhoods. The Mature Neighborhoods Character Study of 2020 specifically included properties along Pearl Street and provides guidelines to ensure that new development respects the scale and character of established residential areas. This proposed development is clearly inconsistent with that guidance. With approximately 570 residential units proposed on less than 0.6 hectares, the resulting density is extremely high for the area. the proposed floor space index and the bulk of the development are far beyond the existing low-rise context. Such scale raises serious concerns about livability, amenity space sufficiency, and the integration of the surrounding neighborhood. A development of this size will place additional stress on local roads. We've heard a lot of these same statements tonight. I just want to echo the same thing. I live there. I try to turn left. I try to get to work. I try to turn right. It is a nightmare, right? We know, based on proposed reports that have been issued or stated, there's no transparency with those reports. I have yet to see them and would really appreciate having a chance to take a look, because the potential for traffic congestion, parking shortages are pressing concerns for residents. Tall buildings can create shadowing, wind impacts, tunneling, noise, privacy issues for neighboring homes. And although slightly outside the floodplain, environmental studies must be completed and mitigation measures have to be established before any approval can occur. The town previously refused a higher density development along Main Street with a scale and context that were incompatible with the existing neighborhood. That was at 175 Main Street East and was opposed by this council unanimously, and it was not, and proceeded to go to provincial, and it was opposed there as well. What this does is it then sets a precedent that council has exercised caution and upheld planning principles when high-rise proposals conflict with local context and environmental considerations. It's also important to note that recent high-rise developments near the Milton GO station, which we've heard about this evening, were approved because they were within the MTSA, the major transit station area, guided by a comprehensive planning framework established through the Mobility Hub Study of 2022. These approvals followed careful consideration of transit-oriented growth and transition to the downtown area. The proposal at 388 Main Street East site, in contrast, lies within the secondary MTSA zone, intended to provide a gradual transition to the downtown and surrounding neighborhoods, not to accommodate towers of this scale. I respectfully request that council deny or defer the zoning of the official plan amendments in their current form. Require the developer and applicant to submit comprehensive independent studies on traffic infrastructure, which they claim to have done, but to increase the transparency of that so local residents have a chance to see that too. To ensure that any approved development is reduced in scale and includes step backs with appropriate transitions to the surrounding low-rise neighborhood, consistent with Milton's official plan, the mature neighborhoods character study, and previous council precedent. I'm not opposed to housing or growth. I'm not opposing to the intensification in Milton. I fully recognize the town's need to accommodate population growth. However, growth must occur responsibly in the right locations and at a scale compatible with existing communities. Given the scale of this proposal, its proximity to low-rise homes and previous council precedent, I urge council to exercise caution, uphold the integrity of the official plan, and ensure that neighborhood impacts are fully mitigated before any approval is granted. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your effort that you dedicate to the responsible planning of our town.
Thank you
Again,
very
my
much,
first
Matt.
time,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, that's okay. You did a great job. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Councillor Best has a question. Go ahead.
Yes, not so much a question to you, but you've raised some excellent points there. You mentioned about independent traffic studies. This is a question to staff. Could you describe how traffic studies are reviewed and basically peer reviewed by your staff and others?
Commissioner Hogan.
Thank you. Through the chair. And first, I'm just going to let you know that all of the technical studies that the applicant submitted are on our website. So they are accessible there. In terms of the traffic study, we circulate that both internally to Town of Milton engineering staff, as well as Halton Region engineering staff, who are very qualified to review these types of reports. We then consolidate their recommendations in our final report to council.
I know it's not an opportunity for a follow-up question, but do those plans and studies include sitting on the corner of the street, right? With like an on-site, really applicable, real-time, real-life data collection?
Generally speaking, proxy sites are used, and I'd have to pull up the traffic study just to tell you exactly what proxy sites were used.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other member of council that has a question for this delegate? Seeing none, thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Can I just mention one more thing? And it's actually to Councillor Best and Councillor Chandler. You asked about the impact of the foundation and the water, and it's been raised. I was sitting down in the Milton room, just having done some renovations recently in my home. We moved in about 8 years ago, and I was advised by the gentleman doing the renovation not to disrupt the structure to the outside of the home. So we opted for a sump pump. And I went over one evening, and as it was trenched out around the perimeter of the home, we had an absolute river running through it. So to give you an idea of the water level that's currently under the ground, just a cautionary tale, right? Some pumps for all. All right. Thanks so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. The next delegation is going to be from Lam. Apologies if I said that incorrectly again. Again, apologies if I mispronounced your name. Feel free to correct yourself, your first name, last name, please, and a reminder, like everyone else, you have 5 minutes to present your delegation.
Hi there, my name's Yvonne Lamb. I'm a dentist in the local community. I've been proudly serving the Milton community for over 18 years. My office is located at 106 Wakefield Road, 450 meters from this site. We have been in operation at this location as a dental office for over 40 years. My concerns center around the proximity of this large development to single-unit residential homes and single-story structures. It is not in keeping with the character of the historic downtown neighborhood. The road infrastructure surrounding the site is undersized for the scale of the proposed development. With the current design, the main vehicular access is directly across the street from an elementary school. In addition to safety concerns, the traffic will be congested on Pearl Street, which is very narrow and not designed to handle this volume. There should be consideration for a different location on the other streets. As a business owner, the construction process will create excessive noise and vibration. It can make a routine dental appointment very uncomfortable. Additionally, vibration has a potential to damage our building, like many buildings in this area. Ongoing construction lasting a few years would impact our sustainability and limit our ability to serve the residents of this fine place. A closure of our office due to damage to this building would be detrimental to our business and our livelihoods. With construction comes many large work vehicles coming up and down these very small streets, leading to congestion and dirt. We've also noted that every time that there is construction nearby, for example, the current construction on Main Street, workers park their vehicles in our parking lots and our patients are unable to find parking. So arrangements for parking should be made. Water availability is another key concern for our business. Dentistry requires a strong water supply, and if there's inadequate water or contaminated water, we cannot serve this community. A thorough study of these sources should be studied before we even consider this type of development, and the groundwater supply likely cannot handle this large project. Milton required an additional water supply 20 years ago when we built out our brand new communities. Thank you for this opportunity to address Council.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any questions for members of Council for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
The next delegation is going to be from Susan Birmingham. Good evening, ma'am. If you could please state your first name and last name, and just a reminder, like everyone else, you have 5 minutes to present your delegation.
It won't take that long. Thank you very much. My name is Susan Birmingham. I'm also a dentist who practices in Milton, and I've been here in town for over 25 years now. I'm just going to read out my letter that I submitted. I'm the current owner of Wakefield Professional Building, which is the building at 106 Wakefield Road that houses the dental office and an optometrist office. As I said, I've been in town for over 25 years. I recognize many people here tonight as patients. I wanted to submit my concerns over the proposed new condominium towers on Main Street. While I understand the towns need to plan for growth, the development is of a scale and intensity that's not compatible with the surrounding and supporting neighborhood. The height and density of the proposed towers is inconsistent with the existing neighborhood, which consists primarily of 1- and 2-story buildings. I fear this will impact adjacent properties through shadowing, reduced visibility, and significantly increased parking and traffic. Given its current status and small footprint, Wakefield Professional relies on its accessibility and visibility to remain viable. For instance, with the recent construction on Main Street, we've been impacted greatly. We have spaces in our parking lot being taken up illegally by workers in the area, and also they hinder access to the parking lot. High-rise construction near the building would disrupt operations for professional offices within. and diminish property values, thus penalizing longstanding community-serving businesses that have operated responsibly within the town. Of note, a longstanding issue for many professional offices within Milton has been the lack of available and suitable space to house professionals that serve the community. Significantly increasing residential capacity without providing the infrastructure for residents serves the interest of builders rather than the needs of the community. I understand the town has an official plan to intensify the older corridor of Milton, but poorly planned density can undermine livability and sustainability for all. Respectfully, I would ask that this plan be rejected or deferred until all the studies have been completed to determine how this affects traffic, shadow, noise, and infrastructure for surrounding residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Are there any questions for the delegation from council? I do not see any. Thank you. The next delegation is going to be Kimberly Savage Paulson. Good evening, Kim. If you could please state your first name, last name, and just a reminder, like everyone else, you have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Okay. Good evening, Your Worship and councillors. I, Kimberly Savage and family, have been residents of Old Milton for the past 18 years. I purposely chose this location because of the Milton character 2-story red brick house with a front porch, small library that was down the street, and restaurants within walking distance in the old, small Milton town vibe. I did speak when
Kim,
Mr.
could you please move your
was
microphone?
alive.
Your microphone is just kind of pointing away from you. If you want to point it closer to, we just want to hear you.
Be too loud for you guys.
Yes. No, that's okay.
Okay. I spoke with Mr. Slusser several times, and he mentioned developing his land into luxury townhomes, which I said I would be in total support as a neighbor. He didn't want to change the neighbor. I'm going to make that clear, neighborhood. He wanted to restore what his renters destroyed, which is a few of the heritage homes along the Pearl Street. This is a small area, which we are a close-knit group of neighbors who walk our family dogs to the cemetery and say hello to all of our neighbors. We all know each other and we all know each other's pets by name. We've always wanted Slusser to clean up his land and to clean it up and get tenants that don't add problems to our community, which is why we are shocked that his daughter would think that this structure with 2 towers would be a responsible proposal in such a small amount of land and lacks any green space around it, conflicting with every house surrounding it. You have to go on to number 2. One sec. So today, my focus is on wind and environment, just so you know. So if you look at the references in your free time, they're actually really important. Why is understanding wind effects so important? Wind effects, at least as they relate to pedestrian comfort and safety, typically receives little attention in architecture and design courses. Nevertheless, understanding wind effects is becoming increasingly important for both receiving design approvals and for improving the efficiency of design process. Wind is a major contributor of microclimate created by large structures. When wind searches for a path around obstacles, the complex flows that result impacts both comfort and safety. For these reasons, ever more cities and municipalities require a pedestrian wind analysis guide before they approve site plans and building designs. But beyond fulfilling a requirement, pedestrian level wind analysis also help architects and designers make cost-effective and thoughtful building designs. And this was not the case. I just want to give an example. If you go to the velodrome, if you've ever played volleyball, pickleball, or any other sports there and left, or even tried to park on a windy day, it is crazy. Okay, people try and do the 50-meter dash to get to the door if they're not blown away from it. This would kind of have the same impact, but it's actually even worse because a lot of people haven't thought that this tower lies upon a hill, which then the wind actually increases 80 times fold. So please, again, look at the references that I have researched. I will then go to the effects of wind and the aerodynamics. Buildings, especially tall or densely packed ones, significantly disrupt natural wind flow patterns, leading to several different phenomena. One is called the downwash effect. Wind hitting a tall building head on its force downward to street level, causing strong, cold, and potentially dangerous gusts. Okay, the channeling effect. When wind is funneled through narrow gaps between buildings, it accelerates substantially, much like air through a nozzle, creating uncomfortable high wind speeds in street cannons and passages. Okay, then there's also the corners that you'll see on the building. It's not round, so they're blunt corners. And the wind flows separates at sharp building corners, creating swirling patterns or fast-moving air vortices, which are hazardous for pedestrians, again, safety, and cause dynamic stress on the building structure. The wind loads. The wind pressure and suction forces on the building surfaces exert static and dynamic loads on the structure and its component. Engineers must design the building to resist these, but then they also haven't looked into what it does to the surrounding neighborhoods and what it can also do to their shingles, fences, and any other structures.
Kim, I just want to let you know your time is elapsed.
That's 5 minutes?
That's 5 minutes.
I thought it was going to be 3.
If you want to maybe wrap up in a quick sentence or two, but a reminder, just like the other delegation who wasn't able to fully finish, you can email that document that you're referring to the town clerk at milton.ca. We will be sure to intake that.
Sure. I have 1 sentence left. And thank you very much. But I guess as a teacher, I'm looking at the school next door and I'm thinking the pollution it's going to cause, how are they going to have recess? You're looking at 3 years. These kids, if the CN rail can cause 80% and more of kids having asthma, you can do a study now, and I can guarantee it within 6 months to a year, those kids will have asthma. It's not safe. Let's build responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim. Just give me 1 moment. Yeah, 1 moment. Is there any member of council that has a question? Oh, you're okay. No questions. Thank you. The next delegation is going to be from Tessa Fior. Apologies if I said your last name wrong. Feel free to correct it. First name, last name, and a reminder, like everyone else, you have 5 minutes to present your delegation.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Krantz, councillors, staff, and fellow residents. A lot of them have showed up here today, as you can see. My name is Tessa Fiore, and I live at Court Street South, just a stone's throw from the proposed Main and Prince development. Tonight, I'd like to speak about an issue that directly affects every person who lives, walks, or drives in this neighborhood: traffic, parking, and access. Especially as a mother of 2 young children who have a ton of young friends living and playing in this neighborhood. Pearl and Prince are very narrow residential streets designed for local traffic, neighborhood drop-offs, occasional visitors, not for the level of vehicle movement that 2-tower 500+ unit development would bring. These are quiet community roads with pretty tight turns, limited sight lines, and no capacity for heavy flow, yet this proposal treats them like major access routes. It's pretty evident that this developer isn't familiar with Old Milton or its downtown core. It kind of feels like they don't really care about it. The development would add hundreds of daily vehicle movements, residents, visitors, service trucks, and deliveries feeding into streets that were never meant to handle that volume. And many of us in this neighborhood are already concerned with the type of traffic the feeder streets to Pearl and Prince are garnering, these streets being Pine and Oak Street, and the accidents and speeds that these cars are traveling on them. People are trying to avoid an already busy main street by taking these. Furthermore, anyone who lives there knows that a few parked cars or even a garbage truck can do to traffic flow. Multiply that by 100 of vehicles and you can create a gridlock, some frustration, and most importantly, safety risks. These risks aren't abstract. They affect real people, and a lot of them are here today. Children walking to nearby schools, family crossings, families that are crossing Pearl and Prince, seniors walking their dogs, all of these will face an increased danger from more cars, more delivery vans, and more drivers searching for parking on already congested streets that our kids like to ride bikes on and run to each other's houses. The proposal also makes no clear plan for construction staging, which could turn Pearl and Prince into temporary loading zones filled with noise, dust, and blocked access. Residents shouldn't have to live beside a construction corridor for years simply because a developer wants to squeeze in more density than the site can handle. This comes down to one simple planning principle: access must match the street's function. Pearl and Prince are local residential streets, not collector or arterial roads. Allowing vehicle access from these streets would be unsafe and entirely inconsistent with good planning practice. If this project proceeds, all vehicular access should be restricted to Main Street or Bruce Street only. That's where road width, visibility, and traffic controls can safely manage additional flow. Anything else would be an avoidable hazard and a failure of foresight. We all recognize that growth does bring more traffic. That's inevitable, but responsible growth includes responsible traffic planning. You can simply funnel hundreds of cars and vehicles into streets designed for dozens and call that progress. It just doesn't make any sense. I want to be clear that this isn't a case of all of us residents resisting change. We're all for it. It's just residents asking for safe, sensible design. We want development that complements our community, not one that clogs or endangers it. And as someone who recently went through an addition on their home, we were asked to respect and honor the character of Old Milton, one that we loved and the reason why we moved here. And we would hope that the developer is held to the same standard. I asked for council to insist on a full independent traffic study that reflects the real conditions of Pearl and Prince, not a model based on wide arterial assumptions, and make it clear that no access should be permitted from either of these streets. I'd also ask the town to kind of look into the sales of the condo buildings at Ontario and Derry, as well as the development behind Shoppers on Nipissing. Doesn't sound like there is a demand for another monstrosity of a building in our neighborhood. Growth should move Milton forward. We're all for it. It shouldn't gridlock it. So let's get this part right, and I think we can all do it together here. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Are there any questions for the delegation from council? I do not see any. Thank you again.
Cool. Thank you guys very much.
No problem. The next delegation is going to be from Edward Fiore, and this is a virtual delegation. So if we could please have staff connect Ed to our session, that'd be great. And just a reminder, Ed, when you're connected, please state your name, first name and last. And like everyone else, you have 5 minutes to complete your delegation.
Okay, great. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're loud and clear.
Wonderful. Okay, good evening, Mayor Krantz, councilors, town staff. My name is Edward Fiore, and I speak this evening as a local resident and a local business owner of House of Chords and Get Loud Music. That has been servicing the Milton community since 2009. In that time, I've been heavily involved at the community events on Main Street and at the fairgrounds, and I fell in love with the old community very early on. To date, in 16 years, our business has not missed the Santa Claus Parade, Milton Street Fest, or the Milton Fall Fair. I currently live at 46 Court Street South, a short distance from the proposed Main and Prince development. My home was actually the original carriage house to the old Gordon home on Main, built back in 1890. It was moved to our current location in 1926 by Horse and Log. In the process of additions and renovations over the years to maintain the old Milton charm, we followed all of the town, Conservation Halton's, and the Historical Society's recommendations to maintain the integrity and the feel of our beautiful neighborhood. Tonight, I want to speak about an issue that goes beyond height and traffic or design. It's about process and community consultation and whether this project reflects the principles of transparency and collaboration that Milton residents expect and deserve. From the very beginning, this proposal has moved forward with minimal public engagement. The scale of opposition emerging now, hundreds of residents voicing concerns, organizing meetings, preparing petitions, etc. It's not a surprise. It's a symptom of a process that's failed to involve the people that most directly are affected. When consultation is treated as a formality instead of a foundation, this is the result: a community forced to react rather than participate. Old Milton is not just a planning boundary, it's a living neighborhood with families, seniors, small business owners, and heritage homeowners who care deeply about the future of this area. Yet many of us first learned about this project not from official notices or early outreach, but from word of mouth. That in itself says something about the disconnect between process and public awareness. A project of this magnitude demands meaningful dialogue before design, not after. Residents should have been engaged early through open houses, visioning sessions, and opportunities to shape the guiding principles. Instead, we're being asked to respond to a nearly finalized concept that already stretches well beyond what the community or official plan envisioned. That approach undermines confidence in the process. It gives the impression that community voices are an afterthought rather than a partner in shaping growth. And when people lose faith in how decisions are made, they lose faith in the decisions themselves, even when parts of them may have merit. We're not here to obstruct, we're here to participate. Residents are asking for deferral, not denial. For time to ensure that this development undergoes proper peer review and genuine public consultation. That means transparent release of technical studies, opportunities for feedback, and time for the community to understand and respond before approvals are considered. These steps aren't delays, they're due diligence. They protect both the town and its residents by ensuring that development proceeds with clarity and consensus and confidence. Approving a project of this scale without that engagement would not only be premature, it would risk eroding the trust between the community and its elected officials. Milton's planning framework, like its culture, has always emphasized collaboration. It's what built this town. Cooperation between residents, council, and developers to ensure growth that serves everyone. This proposal and its process so far hasn't lived up to that tradition, but it's not too late to correct the course. Council has the opportunity now to reaffirm that public participation matters, that the people who live beside a development have a right to understand it, question it, and help to improve it. Deferring approval until that consultation happens isn't an obstacle to progress. It's the essence of responsible governance. Milton's success has never come from rushing decisions. It's come from getting them right. Let's take the time to get this one right. With full transparency, honest dialogue, proper peer review. That's how we'll build not only a better plan, but stronger trust between the town and its residents. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions for members of council for the delegation? Mayor Krantz.
Mr. Chairman, not so much with the delegation, but I think the point that was made there that the perception may have been that we are short-circuiting the process. So through you to our commission, the process is laid out by the Municipal Act. We have to follow, and I don't believe that we've short-circuited anything. And I'm not sure whether I misinterpreted some of that discussion or not, but I think a fair bit of clarity needs to be made on that point.
For sure, Mayor Krantz. I'll defer to Commissioner Hogan in just a moment, but I believe this is statutory public meeting. The notices to 250-meter radius was given to residents in the area as per the Planning Act requirements. But Commissioner Hogan, go ahead.
Through the chair to the mayor, yes, the Planning Act actually requires a 120-meter radius. We go above and beyond that, and we circulate to 200 meters from the property boundary. And that was undertaken for this project.
Yeah, I think the point that the delegation was making there that we should have attempted earlier on to communicate better. So, and I understand the circulation bit of it. So maybe that, was, whose fault, I'm not sure. If anybody's fault that they weren't totally engaged right to start with. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That's been noted. Are there any other members of council that have questions for Ed? Seeing none, thank you, Ed. The next delegation is going to be from Becky Wedgwood. Good evening, ma'am. If you could please state your first name and last name, and just a reminder, like everyone else, you have 5 minutes to do your delegation.
Okay, my name is Becky Wedgwood. I was born and raised in Milton. I currently live in Dorset Park. And while I don't live in the immediate neighborhood of the proposed development, I frequent it almost daily. But tonight I want to speak about an issue that extends beyond this one neighborhood and this one project. I'm speaking about the precedent it will set and the cumulative impact it could have on Old Milton's future. This application isn't happening in isolation. Every development approved sends a message, not just to residents, but to other developers, planners, and investors about what is possible, what is tolerated, and what Milton is willing to compromise. Approving 2 towers of 16 and 18 stories in the heart of Old Milton would send a very clear message that extreme height and density are now accepted anywhere, especially in the core, even where the official plan clearly intends for low to mid-rise transition. Once that line is crossed, it's almost impossible to draw it back. Future applicants will point towards this project as the new benchmark. arguing that if it was allowed here, it can be allowed anywhere. And that's how communities lose control over their planning vision, not through one bad project, but through the precedent it creates. Milton's official plan, downtown secondary plan, and civic precinct policies all rely on consistency and predictability. They're designed to ensure that growth is coordinated, compatible, and sustainable. But approving a project of this scale, out of step with its surroundings, and unsupported infrastructure would undermine those principles. It would open the door to uncoordinated intensification, block by block, until the very character that draws people to Old Milton is gone. And the impact wouldn't stop there. It would ripple through infrastructure and services, stormwater, traffic, schools, parking, all of which are already under strain. Each new oversized development compounds those pressures. What may seem manageable on a single site becomes unsustainable when repeated across several blocks. That's the cumulative effect we have to plan for, not ignore. Council has worked hard over the years to balance growth with livability, to welcome density in the right places near transit, services, and wider roads, while protecting heritage neighborhoods like Old Milton. This proposal would blur that balance entirely. If towers on this scale are accepted here, what argument remains for moderation anywhere else? Developers watch these decisions closely. A single approval like this would effectively reset the expectations for height and massing throughout the downtown core. The next proposal won't be 16 or 18 stories. It will be 20 or more, citing this one as precedent. That's how incremental change becomes transformational loss. This isn't about opposing progress, as you've heard tonight. It's about maintaining a disciplined, coordinated planning process that respects the rules that we've all agreed on. Residents and developers alike need to trust that Milton's planning documents mean something, that policies around height, transition, and heritage are not negotiable. Approving this project as proposed would make it far harder for council to say no to future overbuilds. Denying it will send a strong message that Milton values its planning framework, its infrastructure limits, and the unique character of Old Milton. Growth is inevitable, yes, but how we grow is a choice. This is council's moment to reaffirm that choice, to show that Old Milton will evolve thoughtfully, and the precedent here will serve the community and not undermine it. Let's make sure this proposal doesn't become the blueprint for every block that follows. Let's preserve the integrity of our planning process, protect our infrastructure, and ensure that what makes Old Milton distinct isn't lost. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Are there any questions for the delegate from council? Seeing none, thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
The next delegate is going to be Ahmed Mouaya. Again, apologies if I said that wrong. We'll give it a moment. He may be in the overflow rooms. It's going to be for Ahmed Mouaya. And if Emmett shows up, we'll swap him out, but maybe we'll call Dave Morrow. Dave Morrow. Good evening, welcome, sir. If you could please state your first name and last name, and just a reminder, like everyone else, you have 5 minutes to present your delegation.
Thank you. Yeah. My name's, good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, town staff, and fellow residents. My name's Dave Morrow, and I live on Oak Street, just 2 streets down from the development in question. I've been a proud member, or a proud resident of the town of Milton for 42 years, raised our family here, operated a family business here, and for a time was a dedicated member of our part-time firefighters. Tonight, I'd like to speak to you regarding the most fundamental practices of good planning and livability for its residents, and why this proposal fails to deliver any aspect of good planning. When we evaluate a development, it's easy to focus on numbers, heights, density, unit count, but what truly determines whether a project succeeds is how it feels at street level. Does it invite people in, or does it wall them out? Does it enhance the neighborhood's experience, or simply maximize the developer's footprint? Unfortunately, this proposal prioritizes the density over livability. From the plans, it's clear the two towers sitting on a 6-foot pedestal consume the entire site, leaving minimal space for setbacks, greenery, or open space. A good example of planning of multiple 4-story buildings are the units at Main and Maple. This development is on the eastern entrance to our town and offers open green spaces, large enough setbacks that can contain green space enough to support growth of trees and other plant life. Whereas this development in question has none of the above. In the drawings presented by the developer showing trees planted on a small strip of green space next to the face of a 6-story concrete podium that will offer plants no protection, no viable spaces for residents. In our part of Old Milton, we have no public spaces except for a small parkette on Wakefield. But we're very fortunate to have in Evergreen Cemetery our neighbor that allows us to use their large green space for walking, biking, enjoying the outdoors, and socializing with all the neighbors. Another good example of planning for livability are the Green Life Complex at Main and Prince. It has a large setback from the street, and although the residents say they don't have a large green space, their green space is 100 times more than the building in question. They abut the rail side, very much like our new high-density units currently under construction. This complex is 6 stories and has 160 suites, in contrast to the developer's 18 stories and 570 units. This development is not just about Old Milton. It should concern all of Milton. Main Street is a historical spine of Old Milton, the place for cafes, storefronts, and community interaction. But turning away from it, the proposal disconnects from the street it's supposed to strengthen. For a project of this magnitude, there is no meaningful community contribution, no public plaza, no playground, no community space. True revitalization isn't just about adding people, it's about adding quality of life for everyone. In this current form, this proposal adds density but subtracts livability. And what could be a vibrant corner of Old Milton risks becoming a canyon of glass and concrete. I urge council to insist on the revisions that restore balance for space and people to live, walk, and connect. Let's ensure this project supports the human experience, not just a density on a plan. In closing, I would like to read a vision statement from the Ontario Professional Planners Institute, and I quote, "With foresight, leadership, and professionalism, registered professional planners create and manage change in built, natural, and social environments for the common good of all." Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just give me one moment. Yeah, there might be questions. Members of council, do you have any questions for this delegation? There aren't any. Thank you very much. All right. So I'm going to call Ahmed Mouaya again. I think our staff went out to see if he's in the overflow rooms as well. This will be the last time I'll be calling him. Maybe if anybody in the group can get a hold of him to submit his comments in writing if he's not here. There is another delegation, which I think is the last one that's registered. It's going to be Mario Anzini. Apologies if I said that incorrectly, sir. If you could please correct yourself with your first name and last name, and just a reminder, like everyone else, you have 5 minutes to give your delegation.
Perfect. Thank you very much. My name is Mario Anzini. Good evening, friends, neighbors, and fellow defenders of Old Milton. Again, my name is Mario Anzini, and I stand here tonight not just as a resident, but as a protector of our town's soul. Because make no mistake, what's being proposed, this 18-story monster in the center of our small historic Old Milton, is not progress. It's an invasion. It's an insult to every person who's ever cared about this town. And it's a threat to everything that makes Old Milton ours. Old Milton was never meant to be a skyline. It's meant to be a community, a place of history, of charm, of human scale, where you can walk down Main Street and still feel a sense of belonging, where buildings have stories, not stockholders, where families have roots, not leases. And yet, a handful of developers want to rewrite that story. They see our town not as a treasure to be preserved, but as a profit opportunity to be exploited. They call it modernization. I call it erasure. An 18-story building in the heart of our historic district isn't growth, it's greed. It will tower over three-story landmark blocks, and it'll block out the sun, jam our narrow streets with traffic, and smother the very spirit that draws people here in the first place. We know what happens when developers like this get their way. They promise jobs, prosperity, but what they really bring is higher rents, more congestion, and the slow death of local character. Once it's built, the damage can't be undone. There's no historic charm left when the view is concrete and glass. This fight is bigger than one building. This is about who we are as a community. Do we let outside money dictate what happens to our town? Or do we stand up and say loud and clear, Old Milton is not for sale? We are not against change. We are against destruction disguised as progress and growth. We are not clinging to the past. We are fighting for the future, one that still looks like home. If the developers truly cared about this community, they'd build with us, not over us. They'd listen, they'd respect the scale, the story, the history of Old Milton, but instead they plan to drop a skyscraper in the middle of a heritage zone, as if our town's character was an inconvenience to be paved over. This is our town, our history, our skyline, and we have the right to defend it. So, to the council, to the planning board, and to every resident who lives in this place, Old Milton doesn't need an 18-story building. We will not be bought, we will not be bulldozed, and we will not let greed steal our heritage. Thank you for your time.
Just one moment, sir, one moment. There might be questions from council. Members of council, do you have any questions for this delegation? No questions. Thank you, sir. Okay. That brings me to the end of the registered delegates for this public meeting. At this time, the floor is open for any member of the community that's present today to speak to this matter. Is there any member of, yeah, there is. Come on over, ma'am, to the podium here. As you may have noticed a pattern here, please state your first name. That's right. Yeah, there's a button right there you have to press to turn it on. And as said to everybody else, please state your first name and last name. And as a reminder, you have 5 minutes to present your delegation.
Thank you. My name's Angela Kirpan. I am a resident near the proposed site. I live on Bruce Street. I have a background in education. I'm also a mom, so I'm coming here from that perspective tonight. Many of my neighbors have spoken about safety and livability and what will happen to families and neighbors, and that's what I'd like to speak about today. We're in the midst of a crisis in the development of children, and a major contributor is their lack of exposure to the natural environment and lack of physical activity. Both of these factors are major contributors to overall physical and mental well-being of our youngest and most vulnerable community members, which in turn affects their caregivers. This development proposal claims that there is access to nearby open spaces, including Victoria Park, the fairgrounds, Livingston Park, etc. Most of these spaces are 800 meters or more away from the building. And as a parent of young children, you don't have time, if you have to make dinner, get all your stuff ready to go on that major excursion. They also say that the setbacks from the street are maybe 6 meters. This is a concrete building surrounded by a bunch of concrete, and there will be many families living in these 570 units. Kids living in a tiny apartment, they need to move, and they're going to go outside and play whatever's close by, neighboring streets, busy streets, the driveway. All of these will become play areas for kids, which will affect their safety. It might affect the movements around downtown Milton, and will also affect
businesses potentially, because there'll be kids playing in whatever spaces they can find. Families need open space. Kids need open space to move, and this particular development doesn't have any of that. I know one of my other neighbors spoke about the lack of a park or, you know, a little parkette, something as part of this development, because we don't have that right now, other than a cemetery and some boulevards. So please consider this in terms of the livability for families in this area. And when you're adding that many more families, even more space will be needed. Thank you very much for listening, and please consider family safety and the livability in this area. Thanks.
Just one moment, ma'am, one moment. Ma'am, one moment. There might be questions. Members of council, are there any questions for this delegation? Seeing none, thank you again. Okay, again, the floor is open for any members of the public. Come on up, sir. Right to the podium there, the microphone's already on. If you could please state your first name and last name, and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to present your delegation.
Good evening, my name is Stephen Hiller. I live at 55 Court Street South, just a couple hundred meters away, not even from the development. So before I even read this, I just want to say I have 2 children who we actually had to fight to get bus service because we have to cross Main Street. We didn't feel it was safe for our children to cross Main Street. So at this point already, we don't feel it's a safe environment. Adding this development will only make that worse. Sorry, my voice is shot, so I apologize. So we actually walked the opposite way to get an exemption seat, basically on the bus for my 7 and 9-year-old to go to Wakefield, just so we actually don't have to cross Main Street, so it's a safe environment for our children. So forgive me. Tonight, I will speak about something that is left out of the planning reports, the lived experience of residents, the everyday quality of life that makes Old Milton such a special place to call home. When we talk about planning, we often focus on height, density, and traffic counts, but planning is also about people, how we live, how we connect, and how our environment shapes our well-being. The project, as proposed, would bring more than 500 new condominium units to 2 towers of 16 and 18 stories, built on a 6-story podium, planning nearly the full block of Main to Pearl and Prince. On paper, that's a question of density, but on the ground, it's a question of livability. For everyone who already lives here and everyone who would move in, Old Milton has always balanced growth with community. We live on narrow, tree-lined streets where children still play, where people greet their neighbors by name, where heritage homes and small shops create a human scale. That's the fabric that holds this part of the town together. A project of this scale doesn't just change the skyline, it changes how the neighborhood feels. It brings year-round noise, light pollution, and traffic into areas never designed for the intensity. It adds congestion on streets like Pearl and Prince that are already stretched thin, and it shadows homes, parks, and sidewalks that rely on sunlight and open air for comfort and safety. These aren't abstract impacts. They affect daily life, how people sleep, how they walk, how they drive, and how they interact with their community. Once the livability is gone, you can't bring it back with landscape or facade. The town's official plan and downtown secondary plan both emphasize complete, healthy communities. That means development that supports mental and physical health, safe streets, and access to light, air, and green space. But this proposal contradicts those principles. It prioritizes raw density over design quality, livability, and human comfort. There are no meaningful setbacks, no green buffers, no on-site open space, no clear plan on snow storage or winter safety. Imagine hundreds of cars using Pearl and Prince for daily access, narrow streets lined with homes, schools, and parked vehicles, now expected to carry tower traffic, construction trucks, and service deliveries. It's not just inconvenient, it's unsafe. And then there's the social impact, what it means to insert 2 massive towers into the middle of a low-rise heritage neighborhood. It would create physical and social separation where tower residents and existing neighbors live side by side but not together. They're not community buildings. That's community displacement only in slow motion. Council has worked hard to encourage growth in appropriate areas around the GO station on larger arteries and within mixed-use corridors designed for mid-high-rise density. That's smart planning. But when you put an 18-story next to 1- and 2-story homes, you don't get balance, you get imbalance, and residents pay the price. We're not here to say no to development. We're here to say yes to the right kind of development, the kind that respects the scale, rhythm, and livability of Old Milton. And thoughtful mid-high-rise project, no more than 4 to 5 stories, could still add housing, revitalize Main Street, and contribute to the local economy without overwhelming neighborhood. This is about protecting quality of life, not as a luxury, but as a core planning goal. Livability is what keeps families rooted, what makes our downtown vibrant, and what defines Milton's identity as more than just another growth corridor. So I ask Council tonight, don't let this proposal set the standard for what's anticipated in Old Milton. Protect its balance you've worked so hard to achieve. Demand better, design, proper transition, and true livability. Because once quality of life is compromised, no amount of intensification can bring it back. And with my last couple of seconds, I just want to say, we do have a lot of water problems. I live in a 100-year-old home, and there every year, spring runoff, there is always water in our basement. Raising that water line will only make things worse and cause more damage to our home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your delegation. Are there any members of council with questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thanks again. Again, the floor is still open. Yes, sir, come on up. The microphone's already on for you there. Please state your first name, last name, and as a reminder, you have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrew Savage, and I live on Pine Street, just around the corner from the proposed Main and Prince development. Tonight, I wanted to speak about an issue that affects every person who walks, drives, or lives in Old Milton: safety. The developer is proposing 2 high-rise towers of 16 and 18 stories atop a 6-story podium, a scale that would add hundreds of new residents and vehicles onto some of the narrowest, most pedestrian-heavy streets in town. Yet nowhere in this proposal is there a credible plan for how those people, cars, and service vehicles will move through an already operating at capacity. Main Street, Pearl, and Prince were designed generations ago for local traffic, not for 500 resident condos, constant deliveries, and underground parking access. These are heritage era streets with short sight lines, tight intersections, and sidewalks that are barely wide enough for 2 strollers to pass. Adding this level of density without re-engineering the infrastructure would put both pedestrians and drivers at risk. Consider the simple act of walking to Town Hall, Knox Church, or one of the small shops along Main. Today, residents, including children and seniors, cross mid-block where sight lines are poor, because crosswalks are far apart. Now imagine that same stretch with hundreds of new vehicles exiting a podium garage onto Pearl or Prince every morning. It's not just congestion, it's a collision waiting to happen. Emergency access is another major concern. Fire and ambulance services depend on clear routes and adequate turn radii. Narrow residential streets like Pearl and Prince can barely accommodate parked cars and existing traffic as it is. If this development proceeds as designed, with minimal setbacks and no internal loading or turnaround spaces, emergency vehicles will have nowhere to stage or maneuver. A few seconds lost in response time can make the difference between safety and tragedy. We also need to think about school zones and pedestrian routes. Many families walk or cycle through this area daily to local schools, the Rotary Park, or Victoria Park. This project would bring years of heavy construction, truck traffic, and noise right through those same corridors. The cumulative effect on pedestrian safety, air quality, and livability has not been adequately studied or mitigated. Milton's official plan and downtown secondary plan both speak to safe, complete, and walkable communities. That means growth should enhance safety, not compromise it. A truly responsible plan would integrate traffic calming measures, wider sidewalks, proper loading zones, and a design that channels vehicles towards arterials, not through quiet heritage streets. I'm not opposed to development or revitalization. I understand that growth is necessary, but growth must come with safety at its core, not as an afterthought, buried in a transportation appendix. Council has an opportunity here, not just to reject a flawed design, but to set a higher standard for what safety means in our downtown. Let's make sure that every future project reflects the same simple principle that has always guided good planning in Milton, that people, not buildings, come first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any members of council with questions? No questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
The floor is still open if any members of the public would like to come and speak to this item. Good evening, ma'am. Would you please state your first name and last name, and just like everybody else, you have 5 minutes to present your delegation.
Of course. Hi, everyone. My name is Lisa Fortin, and I live at 389 Pearl Street, one of the houses that's actually going to be demolished by this plan. So I have a vested interest, let's just say. I surprisingly am not against development. I'm not even against my house being demolished, but this plan makes no sense. I have two concerns. One was brought up by a previous speaker. Not that council hasn't done consultation with the public. They're following, you guys are following your rules. You're doing what you have to do to notify the neighbors. But the developers haven't let us know. Last I'd heard was that it was going to be townhouses, which I thought sounded like a great plan. So when I saw this 16 and 18 story development, I was just shocked. And it doesn't have enough parking for the people who are going to live there. It's going to affect traffic on Main Street, which is horrific. When I moved to Milton in 2013, I didn't have a car. So you would think this kind of development, you know, which is within the zone of the GO station, would be perfect, appealing. I'm their target audience. I was on foot. I was taking the bus to the GO station to go to work without a car. I had a little kid. This is Milton. Milton is not a place to rely on transit. Okay? I can't imagine 570 units worth of people who are going to be willing to live without a car in this town at that location. I did it for 2 years. It was miserable. Okay? It can be done if you're dedicated, you're green, you want to, you know, save the environment. But I think they need to consult the public that they want to be selling these units to before they continue with their plan. Yes, we need to densify. Yes, we have a housing crisis. But 571 unit, like one bedroom and one bedroom plus den shoeboxes in the sky is not what Milton needs. We need that missing middle, 2 and 3 bedroom condos. We need something that isn't going to shadow our beautiful Green Life building. We need more green life buildings. You know, something that is human scale and that could be affordable for families who can't afford, you know, a single house or a townhouse. Maybe they could afford something in that spot, but something a little bit bigger. Maybe plan in some affordable housing or maybe some subsidized housing even, maybe. I don't know. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I'm losing my home. Even I'm not against development, but the planners, the owners, the developers have not done any consultation with the neighborhood. We were shocked because, like I said, last we'd heard townhouses sounded like a great plan. The traffic, the lack of parking, everything else that's been addressed, I'm in 100% agreement. So that's my perspective. That's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, just one moment. Yep. Are there any members of council that have a question for the delegation? No. Thank you again. Yep. Again, the floor is still open to members of the community to delegate to this public meeting and this presentation. If anyone would like to speak from the audience, this would be the time to approach the podium. Anybody that would like to speak to this proposal can speak to the podium. Good evening, sir. Would you please state your first name, last name, and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to present your delegation.
Yeah, my name's Nav Dollywell, just a resident at Ashbrook Court, not too far from the development. I'm not going to take too much time. All my neighbors have stated great facts on what things that need to be reviewed. I'm just going to ask, the mayor and your councillors, just use some common sense with this proposal. Go stand at Main and Ontario between 4 and 6 p.m. for 20 minutes, and you'll see what this development can do. Already, we have issues there. We have people that can't cross the street. Similar to my neighbor there, I have to take my daughter opposite direction to get her a school bus, so she can't cross Main Street. Been on over a year wait list for before and after care, so our town can't support in the school zone there, have mass development. It's not even the traffic or the area, the other resources around. So I'm just going to ask you guys, use your common sense, go stand at the intersection. You'll see that that development does not fit in that place. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you for your time.
All right, and I don't believe there's any questions for that either. Anybody else from the public that would like to speak to this development application or proposal? Okay, I don't see any at this time. There is a motion here and I will read it out first. The motion is moved by Councillor Malbuff and seconded by Councillor Challoner that Development Services Report DS 06125 be received for information. And again, just want to emphasize what that means. The vote that we are about to undertake here is to receive the report for information. A decision on whether this development proceeds or doesn't is not being made tonight. That decision follows in a supplemental technical report, which will come down at a later time. Those who chose to delegate today through the registration and who signed their name in the back there will be notified when that report comes back. If anybody else has any more feedback regarding this matter during that period of waiting, you're welcome to email townclerk@milton.ca. We welcome, and our staff welcome, all feedback from residents before that final report comes back. Main thing to remember, sign the sheet if you haven't done so. If you've already registered through the process, you're good. You'll be informed. Councillor Best.
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is the highest number of delegations we've ever had to a council meeting. First request actually to Clerk's Department, could you have slide number 12 or 13 put up if that's possible to do that? And while you're doing that, question to our Development Commissioner. A number of delegations have mentioned about their properties having to be complementary to the heritage of the area. Could you highlight what the policy for that area is and how it would affect this building?
Thanks, Councillor. We'll just give it a moment to get the slide back up there, and then Commissioner Hogan will take that question.
It's okay. She can answer the question before we get the slide.
Sorry, Councillor Beth, could you repeat the question?
Is a number of delegations have mentioned that they were required by the town to have the designs, their renovations or additions to be complementary to the heritage of the area. Could you highlight what this means for this building?
Through the chair to the councillor, this site is a very unique site in that it has 2 designations to it. The front half of the site is part of the mobility hub and 6 stories is permitted at the front half. Now the rear half, the lands fronting onto Pearl and Prince and Bruce Street, they were all part of our mature neighborhoods study. And that mature neighborhood study basically resulted in council approving zoning bylaw amendments to ensure that the character and scale of those communities are maintained. So that is the current framework.
And would that also be used in the technical report in terms of how this would fit into that area?
Absolutely.
Second question, while we're still waiting for the slides, is to anyone on staff. I know what had the bottom number, not my page, is the applicants. No, the applicants, page 12, when the initial presentation. Sorry about that. Question to staff, either community services or development. A number of delegations mentioned about snow loading. Are any new developments required to have boulevards on it because, yeah, here we come. On page 12 here, we highlight it, is that most of these streets, there we are, that's the one I'm looking for. Okay. Okay. Thank
Sorry,
you, that's
Councillor,
fine.
do you mind just highlighting which commissioner you would like to answer that? Because you mentioned snow in there. There's
Yeah.
two different departments.
Well, either one, because I wasn't too sure how long it'd take to get this up. It is just looking at the three streets here. This can point out where things are. Bruce, Pearl, and Prince Street all have their sidewalks right up against the curb. There is no snow storage. And as the delegations mentioned, that, you know, when you're putting in a building this size, you're also adding additional snow loads. And with the prevailing winds from the northwest, the area impacted will be on Bruce and Pearl Street of snow drifting onto this area. Does the town require builders to have adequate boulevard space when they do a development?
Thanks, Councillor. Commissioner Hogan.
Through the chair, snow storage is an important component of any new development. At this point in time, it is premature to talk about snow storage because right now we're discussing, you know, the principle of development on this site and whether or not what is being proposed is appropriate. Should council decide to approve this application through the site plan process, we would ensure that proper snow storage was adequate on the site. But it's a more detailed technical review that would happen later on. Right now, we're just talking about the principle of use.
Okay, thank you for that. The other point that's not made in the staff report, if we look, here's the property here. This is Pearl Street. This pink area here, the town owns. It's not mentioned in the staff report. The town is also impacted. This is a Milton Christian School. The town has owned this since 1973. And also, we need to figure out, if you look at the drawings of the developer, is basically the main route in and out is here. This is also the entrance to the school. You think you have enough problems with schools coming in and out during the day? Imagine having 400 to 500 cars in the same area. So I'd ask that town staff look at the impact on our own properties, and also in terms of the overall development here, just a question to staff and planning or clerks. What is the process regarding Ontario Land Tribunal in terms of basically deadlines, appeals, and how we deal with this application? Because we've had a number of delegations say to either deny or defer it. I think we have to be very knowledgeable on what the Ontario Land Tribunal tells us what to do.
Thanks, Councillor. Commissioner Hogan, if you want to explain that process.
Through the chair, and as mentioned earlier, staff will be forwarding a technical report at a future council meeting, and that is the time when council makes a decision. Now, following council's decision, town staff will issue notice of that decision, and there are 20 days allotted for an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In this instance, only the applicant would have the ability to appeal council's decision. So if council decided to deny the application, the applicant could appeal and have this considered at the Ontario Land Tribunal.
Thank you for that information. Now, if staff could just highlight my first slide. Yeah. I asked the applicant's consultant of doing a market analysis. As staff and councillors know, I do my own. And it's coming up. Yeah. It is a concern of mine, and council knows that we have, yeah, if you could explain that, please. Yeah, this is currently what we have in medium and high density. Thank you for enlarging that. On the top section there, we have about 3,500 apartment units and stacked townhouses. These are applications of more than 3 floors. There's 3,500 currently under construction. The second section, we have 22 applications that have been approved by council. There may be some being reviewed or appealed, but we have 6,900 units currently paused, some of them up to 6 years. And actually, we have one here on tonight's agenda, number 1718 by Fieldgate. They're actually down zoning that. from 7 to 3 buildings. And if you look further, we still have 2,700 at the bottom that are still to come. Well, one of them is on tonight's agenda. If I can go to my second slide, please. This is the last quarter's results. If you noticed, oh no, that's last year's. Okay, we got the wrong one here. Okay, just please remember the last slide, 6,900 units that are basically approved, but not going anywhere. And if you go back to the other slide, this is last year's total apartments. The last quarter of 2024, the last 3 months, no apartment building permits, 762 units approved in 2024. That's for the whole year. So that means we have an 8-year supply of condominium apartments, and I ask staff to look at that. I know we can't do that under the planning, but it's also common sense. Why would you build when all these others, and some are very large name developers, are saying no? And even just last week, we had the decision by Madame A. Homes to basically cancel their Cloverdale Mall project because they only had 10% sales. So enough of my rant today. We've had some excellent presentations. Staff will take this back, and I'm looking forward to the technical report.
Thank you very much, Councillor Best. Councillor Ali.
Thank you so much. My question is to our staff. If Commissioner Hogan will entertain me. I know that I asked this question of the applicant about any appetite for lower heights. Have you conveyed that thought or had that discussion with them? And have you received a positive response with regards to having lower heights?
Commissioner Hogan, whenever you're ready.
Through the chair, staff have highlighted concern about the proposed heights of these buildings, but to date, the applicant has not indicated that they're willing to refine the proposal.
Thank you. I mean, it is obvious that the residents of the area are not supportive of these 18 and 16-story towers. So if the applicants are here, they need to take this into advisement that with these heights, the application will not be supported. I can tell you that. So I hope they're making a note of this and coming back with some realistic heights like 4 stories or 6.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other members of council that have questions, feedback, or comments? I do not see any. The motion has been read, and I will call on the vote now. All those in favor of the motion? And that motion is carried. Just a quick comment to everybody that attended the public meeting for the Slessler development. We've concluded all discussions and the vote on the Slessler development for information purposes. Thank you for attending. You're welcome to stay if you'd like for the rest of the meeting, but you are also free to go. Sometimes people are confused when they can or can't leave, so just wanted to let you know. Yeah. We'll just give you a moment. And for those that are in the overflow rooms and waiting areas, there is more seating that has just opened up. If members of the public in those overflow rooms would like to come up and have a seat in the chamber, you're welcome to do so. All right, we are going to go to item 7.2, and 7.2 is a public meeting as well relating to official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision by 150 Steels Inc. and 248 Martin Inc. For this public meeting, I'll call on the town clerk to review the procedure for this public meeting.
So this second public meeting is with regard to an official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision by 150 Steels Inc. and 248 Martin Inc. Council will consider related bylaws at a future meeting. If you wish to be notified of the decision on this application, please sign the attendance sheet at the back of council chambers or make a written request to the town clerk, 150 Mary Street, Milton, or email townclerk@milton.ca. Following a presentation from the applicant, there will be an opportunity for public comments from in-person and remote meeting participants. For anyone wishing to connect remotely, as a reminder, the dedicated phone number is 1-866-511-0021.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll now call on the applicant to provide a quick 5-minute presentation in relation to this matter. Come on up, sir. Please state your first name, last name, and again, 5 minutes to present the proposal.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mayor Kantz, and Council. My name is Craig Lametti, and I'm going to provide an overview of the Mountain View West proposal. Okay, this is a proposal by Neat Communities to transform a former brownfield site into a new walkable, complete community integrated alongside the 16 Mile Creek Natural Heritage System and alongside the established neighborhoods there. The application includes an official plan amendment covering the entire area there, a draft plan of subdivision laying out streets and blocks, and a more detailed zoning bylaw amendment for what we're calling the first phase of the development. This is the location of the site. You can see here it's located between Old Milton downtown and Steeles Avenue, just to the west of Martin Street there. Since acquiring the site back in 2021, the owners have invested over $35 million in the remediation of what was a contaminated site. This meant the removal of tens of thousands of square meters of truckloads of contaminated material, groundwater remediation, and also the renaturalization of the lands alongside the natural heritage system. This is a site that the town has long envisioned as a mixed-use, higher-density redevelopment site. And as such, the proposal tries to come up with a concept that sort of will link and connect the city, new development, and nature. It does this through a comprehensive framework of new streets and blocks and development pattern that integrates a mixture of new open spaces, so including a new community green, new naturalized area alongside the 16 Mile Creek corridor, stormwater management ponds, mix of plazas, and other sorts of open space. These areas will be connected by a linked network of streets and blocks, which will support sort of movement throughout the site, but also very importantly, support movement by pedestrians and cyclists. That includes a new multi-use trail alongside the Natural Valley system and pedestrian and cycling facilities linking up through the middle of the site itself. One of the benefits of having a larger site like this is we've been able to think very carefully about the integration of different building types, heights, and densities across the site. And so the approach has been to locate the lowest buildings next to the adjacent neighborhoods and slowly transition the scale up towards the center of the site where we would propose the tallest buildings. What you're looking at here is an illustration of the first phase of the project. This includes just over 1,083 homes, which includes a mix of townhouse units, about 82 townhouse units, and missing middle and mid-rise development located alongside the open space network there. It includes over 5 hectares of new natural heritage system, stormwater management pond, and new streets and blocks to support the development. This is a rendering of that first phase of the project here. What I like to think this demonstrates is just the diversity of housing types that exists on the site and the way that the scale of the buildings has transitioned down to the established communities along Martin Street. The official plan amendment introduces a new residential land use designation across the site, but also identifies areas where we would have active frontage. So think of that as restaurants, stores, and other sorts of services that will support the community there. It includes height and block densities along with the proposal as well, again demonstrating a transition in scale from the low-rise community up towards the center of the site where it's away from those communities. Site-wide zoning has been submitted as part of this as well. It identifies the areas which you see in that sort of pinkish color as a future development zone. Adjacent to the existing homes, you have a residential medium density zone, and then alongside the natural heritage system and open spaces and the future development areas, you have a mixed use designation. That's just the quick overview of the proposal there. Next steps, we are receiving comments right now. We will be taking those comments in from the town, the region, the public at a non-statutory open house we held earlier in the summer, but also any comments we received tonight, and we'll be working those through as part of a resubmission. We'll be expecting to get further comments back on that in the new year. We'll respond to those, and our aim is to target final recommendation report to council in spring 2026. I just want to thank the strong collaboration we've had with town staff on this submission, and thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. And is there any questions that members of council have for the applicant and his presentation? I don't see any. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, one moment.
Not as for him, but to staff.
Okay, we'll get to that in a moment. Thank you, sir. Okay, we do have 2 registered delegations in relation to this public meeting. Can I please call on Deborah Walker to... Okay, Deborah Walker is virtual, so she will be connected. Deb, when you're connected, if you could please state your first name and last name, and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to delegate to this item.
Sure, thank you. I take it I can't share my screen for presentation?
That's correct. It'll just be audio only, but again, it's a public meeting. You can email your presentation or any written documentation that you might have to townclerk@milton.ca.
No problem. I actually already made a submission, so I was just going to really go over it anyway. So that's completely fine. Deb Walker, I'm with MHBC Planning, and I am a planner that has been retained by CRH Canada Group Inc. With some preliminary comments on the proposed amendments. CRH operates on the north side of Steeles Avenue, across from the proposed development. It operates a 24-hour concrete batching operation at 105 Steeles Avenue. That operation has been, concrete batching operation has been on that site for just over 20 years. CRH's operation employs about 40 employees. It's certainly a very pivotal location, given its proximity to the Highway 401. And also this operation supports growth and development projects in Milton and Halton region. Concrete, of course, is a perishable product, and its service areas is very typically within about 30 minutes of travel. So it needs to be close to market. I have reviewed the official plan amendment, and just I know that at least the text in what has been drafted is indicating phase 2 being up by Steeles Avenue, and the proposed amendment is looking to redesignate the lands to high density residential with building heights up to 28 stories. And then the phase 1 has a range of stories going from about 3 stories up to 10 stories. So CRH obviously not fundamentally opposed to the redevelopment of this parcel overall. However, any redevelopment of the parcel needs to also be planned and designed in a manner that does not impact the long-term viability of established industrial land uses that are in the employment area, which includes CRH's operations. And so the employment area is immediately adjacent towards the north and to the west of the proposed development. And of course, the highest residential building heights proposed as part of phase 2 is of a particular concern. There is no transition of land use and building heights from the adjacent employment areas that we think would ultimately provide a better protection of industry, and at least as terms of the draft official plan amendment that's currently drafted. CRH has environmental compliance approvals in place, and there is a 500-meter influence area, and therefore appropriate studies should be conducted as part of the review of any land use decision in accordance with D1 land use compatibility guidelines. there are also other industries within the employment area that also would have other ECAs as well that should be considered. In terms of the noise study, for example, it only assesses phase 1, and phase 2, as I mentioned, proposing significantly higher residential densities and building heights was not included in the noise study. And we do have, CRH has retained a noise expert that reviewed that noise study that was done just for phase 1. And even with that, there has underestimated the predictable worst case impacts relative to CRH's operations. And the noise from CRH's operations would result in exceedances of provincial noise standards for the proposed residential development in phase 1 based on that review. And as you know, under the provincial planning statement, there is the requirement to protect existing major facilities from the encroachment of sensitive land uses, and as well, CRH's operation would be considered a mineral aggregate operation, and all of those policies in the provincial planning statement will need to be considered by the proposal. Also, in terms of the regional policy context, the lands are within, to the north and west are regional employment areas, and development in urban areas are required to be protect regional employment areas. The lands that the proposed amendment lands are designated urban area. However, they are no longer designated as employment area, but they're also not a strategic growth area according to the Halton Region Official Plan. The town's policy is a proposed amendment that is required to conform to the recently approved regional urban structure. And so the proposal to redesignate the amendment lands from employment area to residential also needs to take into consideration that it was a strategic growth area based on that employment designation, did not take into consideration a change in land use. So I think that that should be properly assessed to determine the extent of intensification is appropriate, given the proposed change to a more sensitive land use designation, and consider the adjacent employment area uses. So in closing, I'll just note that CRH is certainly an interested stakeholder and making this preliminary request and submission. We do understand this is a public meeting and that we are sort of in the somewhat beginning stages of this, and we would certainly like to continue the dialogue with the applicant and with the town with respect to the proposal. We'd like the technical reports to be updated, in particular the noise study be updated, and an air quality assessment be completed to reconsider the proposed land uses and building heights on a more comprehensive basis, including both phase 1 and phase 2, and that the development provide for more proper buffering and transition of appropriate land uses and building heights with the employment area to the north, and provide just better protection.
Ms. Walker, your time has elapsed. I gave you a few extra seconds there. Is there?
Okay, I think that pretty much wraps it up. I think you get the gist of our concerns.
Yeah.
So
we appreciate that. Our staff are noting down everything that's been said, and the applicant is here that was also making notes, and that will definitely be taken back. Again, the presentation or comments you were referencing, please email those to our staff at townclerk@milton.ca. Our staff would love to review all of that because it's important that we get your feedback captured in the best way possible. Just give me one moment. Is there any questions from council for Deb? All right, ma'am, there's no questions for you. Thank you again for attending the public meeting.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, the next delegation for this matter is Trevor Johnson. Hi, good evening, sir. If you could please state your first name and last name, and just a reminder, like everyone else, you have 5 minutes to present your delegation. Oh, sir, if you could please press the button on the microphone there.
There we go. Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yep, you're good.
My name is Trevor Johnson. I'm a resident of adjacent to the proposed development at from 150 Steeles. My neighbors and I have already submitted a letter regarding this development, and I'm going to go over a little bit of it, but not too much of it. And while we support, like everybody else, responsible development and understand the town's need, We believe it is essential for the rights and interest of existing homeowners to be protected from negative consequences resulting from adjacent construction. It was our hope that the development at 150 Steeles would be a great addition to our neighborhood as a livable, walkable community. But after seeing the proposal, it is a phase one proposal. We realize it's not the case. It's just another high density community with minimal commercial square footage. That will only affect our increased traffic, noise, and light pollution on Martin Street and surrounding areas. We had some key concerns that we believe should be part of any construction when it is affecting existing homeowners. A fence, privacy and buffers to mitigate noise, dust, and sounds of the constructions. And for some of us, and I'm included, we have existing mature backyards with pools that when they were cleaning up, the dirt and the dust and the contamination, we had dirt and dust all through our houses and in our pools that took forever to clean. We don't want that again with the proposed development that's going to take all these many years longer. So we were hoping for that something has to be done to help us deal with that situation, whatever that may be. If they have people come help clean our pool once a year, or if they can build the fence and the buffer with trees and mature trees and bushes to mitigate the dust and dirt that blows into our yard. The other thing is we would like to have clearly defined construction hours. When they were doing the mitigation for the dirt and the contamination, they would work early hours, late hours, on weekends. We need to know when it is, and there should be defined for us. We don't want to have that affecting our enjoyment of our backyards and our actual lives in the homes. In the process of this phase one development of over 1,000 units plus 81 townhomes, they've also proposed 2 intersections on Martin Street. With the addition of phase 2 and phase 3 developments and the potential inclusion of the Honda dealership, we are deeply concerned about how this could further affect the character and drivability of Martin Street. Rather than solving our existing traffic issues, these proposed modifications will attract more vehicles, including road noise, and heighten the risk for our community, including families and young children and seniors, as there are 2 schools and multiple senior living. And while we understand that Steeles is under Halton and a regional road and is subject to different governance, we don't want the town road bearing the brunt of this development. An additional concern that we have is that when we had our first meeting, excuse me, they were talking about the fact that they were going to do phase 1 in 2 phases, where they would build the townhomes and then at a later date build the condos or apartment buildings, whatever they're going to call them, after they determine what their how they want to sell them or rent them. We hope to find that town council finds this as unacceptable as we do. The duration of disruption and the cause of significant inconvenience to us adjacent to development for extended periods well before stage 2 or 3 even begin. We ask that phase 1 development not be permitted to proceed in this matter. In regards to our concerns, we ask the town require these protections as condition of site plan. Ensure that homeowners are consulted and informed before development begins. Establish a dedicated point of contact within town and develop to handle each residential concerns in regard to regular maintenance or repairs if the project caused damage. We ask these protections be written into the development agreement or conditions of approval to ensure they're enforceable and not left to discretionary implementation. Thank you for your time, and that's it for me.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your delegation. There may be questions. Members of council, do you have questions for Mr. Johnson? Sir, thank you very much for attending tonight. Yeah. Okay. That's the registered delegations I have for this public meeting. The floor is now open to members of the community. Is there anybody in the community that's present that would like to speak? Ma'am, come on over. There's a button on that microphone. Please click on it. It'll turn red, and please state your first name and last name. And just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to do your delegation.
My name is Angelica Koth. Thank you, Your Worship, Town Council, and members of the public. I live on Martin Street. I've been in Milton for 47 years and love this community. Martin Street's getting a little busy. And one of the pictures showed where this green passage is, which is going to be one of the exits and entrances for this development. Years ago, when we had Meritor and all these other big companies there, they used that entrance and exit. It was closed because there was so much traffic at that time with light pollution and everything else, and there's a gate across. Now they're going to be using that, because on the proposal, to use this as, again, an entrance and an exit. I asked one of the developers, is it possible to just make it one way to reduce some of that? No, we're not going to do that. We're even going to put traffic lights there. So this is right in front of my house, traffic lights, plus all these cars. There's going to be garbage. I've been there for a while in this house, and it's going to be an issue. It's already busy. We had, I think Colin Best, councillor, said there was 70% approval to put these soft cushions in. It's like a speed bump, right? I believe there's 5 there if you include the railway crossing. Just to cut down some of that traffic and have people a little bit slower. We've got schools from the public school to Holy Rosary. We've got a senior residence there at Martindale. It's busy. And there's a lot of kids with bikes going across and everything else. So my concern is the traffic light, that entrance and exit going to be opened again to make it wider. The developer has bought the house right beside it at 314. And so it's going to be really wide. It's going to be a mess. And it's right in front of my house. Any questions?
Yep, thank you for your delegation. Are there any questions for the delegate? No. Okay.
And I wrote a letter also in regards to that.
No, absolutely. Thank you. Again, the floor is still open for this public meeting. Is there anybody else in the member of the community that would like to speak to this public meeting? Nobody's online, right? Over the phone? Nobody? Okay. All right. With that, I will read the motion. Then Councillor Best, I'll go to you. The motion is moved by Councillor Malbuff and seconded by Councillor Best that Development Services Report DS-06225 be received for information. Councillor Best has a question for staff. Go ahead.
Yeah, question or request. It noted actually on one of the slides there about the railway right-of-way, which the town owns. Are the staff looking at any plans for that right-of-way? Because it is a connector to Martin Street School. And being a kid in that neighborhood when I was a lot younger, everybody seems to take the most direct route. And from what I can see there, that guess who's going to be using is all the kids from this neighborhood coming down that rail line into the school. Is that something that is going to be part of the technical report?
That I'll defer to Commissioner Hogan.
Through the chair to the councillor, that portion currently is not part of the application before us. Having said that, we have discussed potential connectivity to the school with the applicant, and that's something we'll further explore.
I just ask that staff consider that, and also remind staff that, as Mr. Johnson mentioned about Steeles Avenue, there are plans to widen Steeles Avenue to 6 lanes all the way from Fermain over to Trafalgar, and just ask that staff include that in the report because that could be around the same timing as the phase 1 and 2.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Challoner.
Yeah, just as background, in case staff may not have this information, certainly the mayor will recall. The town of Milton bought that from one of the rail companies back in the early 90s. The plan was to use it as a trail. And, it's been waylaid for various reasons, but to Councillor Best's point, this might be an opportune chance to engage the developer in terms of participation in that, because it would serve him well as the existing neighborhood.
Thanks, Councillor. I think Commissioner Hogan noted it down, and the applicant has also acknowledged that. Is there anybody else from council that would like to provide comments or have questions? Okay, the motion's been read. All those in favor? Okay, that is carried. The time is now 10:24 p.m. I need a break. I think my colleagues do as well. If we could please recess for, let's say, 10 minutes and come back at 10:35. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. So as mentioned in the beginning of the meeting, at this point, we're going to take a pause from our public meetings and transition into the remaining delegations that were added earlier on at the meeting in relation to the humanitarian motion for Gaza. So there's 10 delegations in relation to that item. It's item 9.8, advocacy for humanitarian action and federal policy reform regarding the situation in Gaza. As a reminder, we are receiving delegations now, and council will consider that agenda item later on in tonight's agenda. Members of council will have the opportunity to ask questions for clarification from the delegations directly, but questions to staff would form part of a discussion for the staff report listed later in the evening's agenda. Yep. Just for the discussion later on. Unlike the public meetings, the delegations we will hear from for this item are only the ones that I had mentioned initially that had registered to be a delegate to be included tonight. This will not, after we go through the delegations, result in me opening the floor to anyone else to come and delegate to the matter, because that's not allowed at this point. With that, I will call on the first delegate, Hania Code, to please attend the podium and complete a 5-minute delegation. We'll just give her a moment. Good evening. If you could please state your first name and last name, and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to delegate.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Hania Kaoud. I have lived in Milton since I was 12 years old. I'm here today because I have a particular interest in civic participation and value the voice and power to make change that democracy gives us in Canada. I am well aware that the opportunity to appear in front of town councillors and share a proposal or an idea is a liberty I enjoy that isn't possible for everyone around the world. Today, I want to speak to you about this motion, particularly the Apartheid-Free Communities Pledge. Overall, this motion aims to send a message that Canadians want to end any complicity in a genocide. Canadians do not want their tax dollars funding weapons used against children. Canadian Palestinians wish to be reunited with their loved ones. And our Canadian values also teach us to oppose bigotry of all forms. The Apartheid-Free Communities Pledge affirms this belief and calls for a public pledge against all forms of racism, bigotry, and oppression, including Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and xenophobia in our own communities. The purpose of this pledge is to encourage education of ourselves and our communities about the devastation of Palestinian lives under military occupation, settler colonialism, and apartheid, as declared by Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, and other human rights groups. As Canadians, we should be particularly cognizant about the connections between settler colonialism and apartheid, whether in Palestine, Israel, or North America. Canada has been complicit in apartheid in the past. I was lucky to learn in school how South African officials visited residential schools in Canada and used their learnings to inform their segregation policies. Canada has also been complicit in the displacement and genocide against Indigenous peoples in Canada. The liberties we enjoy today, such as my ability to speak to you here today, are built on top of a history that many of us are ashamed of or regret. We don't have to be complicit in another injustice. We have an opportunity today to influence Canada's complicity. By joining the Apartheid-Free Communities Pledge, you are reaffirming that Milton will continue to take a stand against bigotry, injustice, and discrimination. By voting in favor of this motion, you tell Miltonians that the Wildflower Cafe is a safe space for both a Russian and a Ukrainian patron, and that Shawarma Alley on Main Street would also welcome a Jewish patron. Apartheid is not welcome in Milton, nor is it welcome anywhere. Again, I just want to reiterate, Canada is one of the very few places in the world where residents can share a view or even disagree with their leaders, and their freedom of expression is not only respected, but is reflected in our country's policies. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have, and we'll close off by repeating that I urge you to vote in favor of this motion in order to, one, reaffirm Milton's commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for all people, and oppose all forms of racism and discrimination. And two, as stated in the motion, send copies to representatives in provincial and federal parliament, including ministers, to remind them of their democratic duty to act upon their policy promises. Finally, there is a room downstairs and a lobby full of people in support of this motion. I'm sure you're aware of that. I would just like to ask if it's possible to have them stand in the back of the room, however many we can safely fit, just so that the councillors can all see who is in support of the motion. Thank you for your time and attention on this matter today.
Thank you, Hania, for your delegation. Are there any questions for this delegation from council? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to address the comment that was made about having other people stand back here or enter into the chambers. There is a plaque posted over there that has a capacity restriction. We have to make sure we're following the capacity. Again, our staff have set up those overflow rooms there to ensure that we have sufficient coverage of tonight's meeting, but I appreciate the comments made. We do have security there that are going to make sure that if there's vacancy, they'll allow them in, but other than that, we have to go by what it says there, but I appreciate what you've acknowledged there. The next delegate's going to be Salman Khalid. Good evening, Salman. If you could please state your first name and last name, and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Mr. Mayor, respected council members and members of our community, my name is Dr. Salman Khalid, and in addition to being a Milton resident, I have been fortunate to serve our community as an emergency physician at the Milton District Hospital for the past 15 years, and for the past 7 years as the medical director of our emergency department, where I've worked tirelessly to advocate for the health and well-being of all of our community members. I stand before you tonight as an eyewitness to a humanitarian catastrophe that words simply cannot describe. In September of 2024, I spent 1 month on a medical mission where I worked at the Al-Aqsa Hospital in central Gaza. While there, I observed a healthcare system that has been systematically and intentionally dismantled. Hospitals that were once a place of healing are now entirely in rubble. The few that remain are only partially functioning, overwhelmed, starved of electricity, medicine, and without basic supplies. We performed painful and invasive procedures on children without anesthesia, including amputations. We left patients with severe burns, injuries to die agonizing deaths on bloodstained floors because there wasn't enough gauze or beds in the hospital to treat them. Patients with diabetes, cancer, kidney failure, all conditions that we treat easily and manage easily here in Milton, were dying because the blockade prevents insulin, chemotherapy, and dialysis supplies from entering. Every corridor of the hospital smelled like decaying flesh, the result of wound infections not being treated because of a lack of gauze and antibiotics, and also because of the widespread starvation. The injured I treated were overwhelmingly children who suffered the worst injuries you could possibly imagine. Entire bodies burnt and charred, limbs, fingers and toes blown off, their tiny bodies and skulls completely crushed beyond recognition, eyes forever blinded by shrapnel. I witnessed the destruction of all determinants of health, including clean water and sanitation infrastructure, leading to an epidemic of diseases I've only read about in medical textbooks. This is not in isolation. Genocide scholars, both Jewish and non-Jewish alike, have now reached the consensus that what is unfolding in Gaza meets the definition of genocide. The International Criminal Court has already issued charges of war crimes against those directing this campaign. This is not a conflict between equals. It is the collective punishment of civilians by a military superpower while the entire world looks away. So why am I here in Milton speaking about this tonight? It's because local voices matter. The adapted Burnaby Town Council motion, which calls for an arms embargo on Israel, must be echoed in municipalities across Canada. We need to send a clear message to Ottawa that Canadians will not allow our country to be complicit in war crimes and genocide. When towns like Milton, Burnaby, Mississauga, Halifax all stand together, the federal government must listen. This is how moral leadership begins, from the ground up. And let me be clear. The Arms Embargo Now report has shown that despite Canada's stated pause on new export permits, loopholes still remain. Canadian-made parts and technologies are still being transferred either directly or through third-party countries into weapon system used in Gaza. Likewise, Canada continues to import Israeli-made weapons and surveillance technologies that are marketed as battle-tested. What I saw was battle-tested means tested on civilians, tested on the many children I cared for and that I held as they died in my arms. Small, innocent, harmless children. This is not what Miltonians want our taxpayer dollars supporting. We must ensure our procurement, trade, export policies close every loophole and align with international law. I'll end with this small reflection. Our Milton Emergency Department treats about 60,000 patients per year. 1/3 of these patients are children, 20,000. This is the number of children who have been killed by Israeli bullets, bombs, and missiles in the past 2 years. I want you to imagine what you would do if every child that visited our ER in a single year was killed by weapons supplied by our own government. How would you act? What would you do? Tonight, I ask you, as representatives of my community, to add Milton's voice to the growing call for justice. Pass this motion. Demand an immediate and total arms embargo. Give courage to other leaders to do the same. When future generations ask you what you did when one of the worst crimes of our generation was being committed, hold your head high and proudly and tell them what you did here tonight. Thank you.
Do any members of council have questions for the delegation? No, okay. Thank you. The next delegation is going to be Malia Khan Ahmed. Good evening, ma'am. If you could please state your name into the microphone, and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to present your delegation. Malia, if you could please press the microphone button. It's the red button. There you go. If you want to bring in from the beginning. Yep.
Okay, hi, Mayor, the councillors, and the members of Milton community. My name is Maliha Khan Ahmed, and I stand before you as a proud resident of Milton, a community advocate, and the founder and CEO of Milton Muslim Moms, a not-for-profit organization that has for nearly a decade worked to uplift families, promote inclusion, and respond to humanitarian needs both locally and globally. I rise today in strong support for this motion, a motion that asks our town to take a moral stand rooted in humanity, compassion, and justice. Since October 2023, we have all witnessed the heartbreaking suffering in Gaza, where entire families have been wiped out, and children now make up nearly half of all casualties. This motion is not about politics, it's about people. It's about what kind of community we choose to be in the face of suffering. Milton has always answered that call with compassion. We are a town built on generosity, shaped by diversity, and defined by our willingness to show up for one another. When Syrian families arrived during the 2016 refugee crisis, our community came together, opening homes, donating furniture, and offering language and job support. When Afghan families fled the Taliban, Milton residents once again stepped up to help them rebuild. And when Ukrainian families arrived fleeing war, Milton Muslim moms immediately launched drives to provide household essentials, warm winter clothing, furniture, and children's supply, helping families settle with dignity and warmth. This is who we are, a town that doesn't turn away, but reaches out. Today, families from Gaza need that same compassion. Yet the Canadian Gaza Family Reunification Program has been extremely limited, capped at 5,000 people and burdened by impossible documentation and travel requirements. By contrast, programs for Ukrainian, Syrian, and Afghan refugees were broad, inclusive, and backed by a strong national support. But while policy is decided at the federal level, humanity begins here in our communities. We may not control immigration policy, but we do control how we respond locally. We can support families arriving from Gaza the same way we supported others through donation drives, housing assistance, employment connections, and mentorships. Local nonprofits, faith-based groups, and neighbors can once again work hand in hand to ensure that families who reach Milton find safety, belonging, and hope. This motion reflects the Milton spirit, a spirit of fairness, empathy, and unity. Compassion is not selective, that every life, every child, every family matters equally, no matter where they come from. By endorsing this motion and reaffirming Milton's humanitarian legacy, we are choosing to lead with heart and conscience, to stand once again on the right side of history. On behalf of Milton Muslim moms, our partners, and the countless volunteers who continue to give their time and hearts, I urge Council to vote in favor of this motion and to continue supporting local efforts that help displaced families rebuild their lives here in Milton. Before I end this, I just want to say thank you to Councillor Sami Ejaz and Councillor Adil Khalki. They tried to bring the ceasefire motion in 2023, but they could not find the support for that motion. And I want to mention all the activists who worked for this motion tirelessly. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Do members of council have questions for Malia? No questions. The next delegation is going to be Khurram Musti Khan. Good evening, sir. Welcome. If you could please state your first name and last name, and also just a reminder, you have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Khurram Musti Khan, I'm representing Friends of Palestine Canada. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. I'm here today to ask the Council to support Motion 9.8, calling upon Canada to impose a full two-way arms embargo on Israel, improve the Gaza temporary resident visa program, and for Milton to endorse the Apartheid-Free Communities Pledge. As you know, the International Court of Justice has ruled that Israel is committing plausible genocide in Gaza and ordered Israel to prevent genocidal acts and allow humanitarian aid into Gaza. Israel clearly did not obey the court's orders. In fact, it did exactly the opposite. These measures are legally binding. Any state that continues to arm Israel risks complicity in violating this order. International human rights organizations, including the UN Commission of Inquiry on Occupied Palestinian Territories, recently concluded that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. The Commission has urged all states to fulfill their legal obligations under the Genocide Convention, including the duty to prevent and punish genocide. Canada, a signatory to the Genocide Convention, is obligated to halt any material support, such as arms transfers, that could contribute to Israel's genocidal acts. Yet, investigative reports show that Canadian companies have continued to ship military goods, including ammunition and
37 components to Israel. This includes indirect exports via the United States, which are not exempt from scrutiny under international law. Continuing arms exports or imports to and from Israel, directly or indirectly in this context, is therefore a violation of international law. In a statement released in February 2024, UN experts singled out a few countries, including Canada, for immediately halting arms transfers to Israel. The UN Special Rapporteur on occupied Palestinian territories, in her September 2025 report, examined the role of 63 states, including Canada, in enabling Israel's genocidal actions through military, diplomatic, and economic support. People talk about hostages. I was a hostage in Israel's illegal detention. I, with 91 of my comrades, we were taken hostage at gunpoint by the Israeli naval forces in international waters, which was a clear violation of international law. While in Israel's illegal detention, me and two of my comrades were taken to another location. They never told us where they are taking us. We were ushered in a room inside a steel container. We saw a lawyer who informed us that this is a tribunal. In that room, there was a judge. In that room, there was a police officer. And in that room, there was a person who was introduced as the judge's interpreter, which was most likely an intelligence operative. After my comrade spoke and gave an account of the mistreatment, it was my turn. When I was done talking about my mistreatment, I asked for making additional comments. The judge said the time is over. I said the time is not over because you gave additional time to my comrades to make additional comments, and I need to make additional comments. So she said, okay, say what do you want to say? Though we were advised not to make political statements because that would be used against us, they could even torture us or extend our detention, I made a political statement. I said, we were kidnapped. Sorry, I didn't see that.
No worries, your time has elapsed, but
Yeah,
if you
okay.
want to just quickly wrap that up in a
Sure.
sentence.
We were kidnapped from international waters in violation of international law. We were humanitarians, journalists, medics on that vessel. We were bringing humanitarian aid. We were trying to break this illegal siege on Gaza and end the genocide. And I said, the missions will continue until the illegal siege is broken and the genocide ends.
Right.
So it was, sorry.
Thank you, sir. We have to respect the time as well, right? Yep. Thank you for that. Are there any members of council who have questions for this delegation? No questions. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Okay, just a brief pause on the delegations. We are at approaching 11 p.m. We do have I guess a bylaw in place that prevents us from continuing past this hour. However, I do have a motion here that I require a mover and seconder for to extend beyond 11. Councillor Ijaz and Challoner. Motion's moved by Councillor Ijaz and seconded by Councillor Challoner that it be resolved that council proceed beyond the hour of 11 p.m. to continue any unfinished business. Any questions? All those in favor? It's carried. All right, thank you for that indulgence. The next delegation is going to be from Ibrahim Beg. Good evening, sir. If you could please state your name and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to delegate to this item.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ibrahim Beg. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Almighty Allah, the God, the most beneficent and the merciful. I'm delegating here on behalf of the Milton Palestine Action Committee, a coalition of groups in Milton advocating to end the genocide, ethnic cleansing, and forced displacement of Palestinians and for a free Palestine. Since the beginning of the genocide in Gaza in October 2023, Milton Palestine Action Committee has rallied the Milton community through workshops, political advocacy, and public engagement. We have organized provincial and federal candidates' debates, canvassed for Palestine, and gathered thousands of petition signatures from Milton residents. We have also brought forward motions to recognize anti-Palestinian racism and Islamophobia before the Halton District School Board. In addition, we have organized multiple peaceful protests and rallies in Milton. While someone in this room previously characterized those protests as illegal and declared that they must stop immediately. In his own words, not next year, not next month, not even next week, now. Media accounts by the Halton Regional Police Services confirmed that the protests were peaceful and orderly, and that the attending officers did not observe any behavior that would be classified as hate speech. So let me make it clear here that we will continue to exercise our charter rights, and protests will continue right here in Milton, right here in downtown, not only now, not until next week, not until next month, not even until next year, but until each and every inch of Palestine is free, from the river to the sea. The motion before you tonight, item 9.8, is not political. It is humanitarian. The suffering of the people, of the Palestinian people, did not begin in October 2023. It dates back to 1948 and continues today with catastrophic consequences for Palestinians, including thousands of children. The issue matters here in Milton. We have seen our own residents mobilize in solidarity. High school students have held demonstrations. Community groups have organized vigils and protests. And activists from Milton, including myself, have taken part in international humanitarian missions to advocate against the genocide committed by the apartheid Israeli regime. This past June, I took part in the Global March to Gaza through Egypt, with the goal of reaching the Rafah border and negotiating the opening of the border for delivery of aid to Gaza. There I met activists and humanitarians from across the world, Muslims, Jewish, Christians, Hindus, representing more than 80 countries across North America, Europe, Asia, and Africa. I also met a 6-year-old boy named Umar, whose entire family was killed in a brutal Israeli airstrike. Umar lost one hand and still suffers from chemical burns. The haunting innocence in his eyes is a reminder that silence in the face of oppression is complicity. This motion is not unprecedented. Canadian municipalities have taken similar moral stances in the past. City of Vancouver in 1989 passed a resolution condemning apartheid in South Africa. City of Toronto in 2022 responded to the war in Ukraine by prohibiting contracts with entities sanctioned by Canada for supporting Russia's invasion. And our own Milton mayor also gave a statement in support of Ukraine, which I believe has been taken out from the town council's website now. City of Burnaby in November 2023, town of View Royal, and City of St. John's recently passed anti-apartheid motions similar to the one that is being presented right now. In addition to all the above, I'll just skip. Some may argue that foreign policy is not within municipal jurisdiction, but this motion does not set foreign policy. It expresses moral leadership and humanitarian concern. Ensuring the mental well-being of Milton's residents is clearly within the council's scope. It is also wrong and misleading to say that the motion alienates the Jewish community. In fact, the Jewish community stands with us in this. Our Jewish comrades have been a part of demonstrations against this genocide and mass murder. Multiple United Nations reports, ICJ findings, human rights organizations have determined that Israel's policies towards Palestinians constitute apartheid and racial segregation. Under international law, apartheid is recognized as a crime against humanity. The International Convention on the Suppression of and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid, to which Canada is a signatory, obliges all levels of government, including municipalities, not to render aid or assistance to any regime that practices racial domination or systematic oppression.
Mr. Baig, just your time has
Just one last comment.
one quick sentence to wrap things up.
Becoming an apartheid-free municipality means ensuring that public funds reflect public values, and Milton stands firmly for equality, dignity, and justice. Given that, I would request you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next one. Rabbi David Mivaser. Apologies if I stated your name wrong. Feel free to correct yourself, sir. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to present your delegation.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is David Mivaser, and I am a rabbi. I served as the spiritual leader of 2 synagogues in Vancouver before I moved to Ontario. And I'm also here tonight as an active member and a representative of Independent Jewish Voices Canada, which is a grassroots organization with over 2,000 Jewish members from coast to coast in 27 chapters that advocates for human rights and for justice for Palestinians. For us, that's part of our obligation as Jews to fulfill the commandment in the Torah, justice, justice you shall pursue, in the book of Leviticus. The main reason I'm here tonight is to pursue justice by bringing forward to you the reality that the motion before you tonight is supported by many, many Jewish people across Canada, and to point out that the letter that you received from the organization called Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, trying to persuade you not to support it, is dishonest, it's disingenuous, it's manipulative, and it's full of lies. That organization, just listen to its name again. In its name, you will hear its priorities: Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs. That organization is the main Zionist lobby group in Canada. It's financed with tens of millions of dollars of donations. It is not a grassroots organization that represents the broad spectrum of Jewish people. And for them to write to you and tell you that this motion is divisive, that itself is divisive. Look around this room. Look at the residents of Milton. Are people divided about ending Canadian complicity through arms shipments to Israel? Are people divided about allowing people from Gaza who are the family members of Canadians to come to Canada and seek refuge while they are subjected to a genocide for more than 2 years? Are people divided about this town having a policy to not cooperate anymore? I can't imagine that's divisive. Every motion that comes to a city council, besides simple things, is divisive. Planning decisions are divisive. Whether to put in a stop sign or not in a certain corner can be divisive. So to label that divisive is just a major distraction. They also called it one-sided. Of course it's one-sided. There's one right side for all of these questions that are in this motion. So I'm here to urge you, please, to support this motion. It's doing the right thing. If you'd like to know more about the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, I encourage you to look at the report that was republished last week by the Jewish Faculty Network in Canada. That's made up of over 350 Jewish university faculty members, Jewish scholars, published a report on that organization called CJA, in which they pointed out extensively, thoroughly documented, how it has a consistent pattern of promoting anti-Palestinian racism, which the letter that you received is a part of, and denying genocide, which the letter that you received is a part of. There's no reason to consider the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs as a legitimate spokes organization for the Jews in Canada. And I encourage you, if you need to know more than you already do, to take a look at our report. I'll be happy to send it to you. It's not our report, it's from the Jewish Faculty Network of Canada. So I'll be happy to take any questions, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions for the delegation? No questions. Thank you. We'll move on to Basma Ramadan. Good evening, ma'am. If you could please turn the microphone on and state your first name and last name. And also just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to present your delegation.
Perfect. Thank you so much. It's Basma Ramadan, and I'm here on behalf of the National Council of Canadian Muslims, that's NCCM. So good evening, Mayor, councillors, and community members. Over the past 2 years, NCCM has joined other organizations in calling for an end to the ongoing violence and atrocities in Palestine. We have been calling for the unhindered flow of humanitarian aid and improved reunification program for Palestinians and their families in Canada. Once again, we are here to urge more action. We're imploring councillors in the town of Milton to call for a two-way arms embargo. Many residents in this town have been watching as the genocide in Palestine continues to unfold. We have been witnessing the devastating impact of the weapons used by Israel to kill, destroy, and displace Palestinians. We find ourselves yet again calling for a two-way arms embargo to save lives for innocent civilians. We urge you to push for this as members of our own community are hurting and need to see an end to this violence. At the same time, many families continue to wait months before they're reunited with their loved ones. As they watch the atrocities in Palestine intensify, their hopes are fading of being reunited with their loved ones. Will they finally receive the acceptance to come, or will they be another victim? The temporary resident visa program, or known as TRV, that was set up falls short on many levels. We need to see a reform modeled after the Canada-Ukraine Authorization for Emergency Travel, or also known as the CUAET program, which was set up for Ukrainians escaping Russian invasion. To specify, the main delay for Palestinians to come into Canada is the biometrics, and that they need to complete it before coming to Canada. However, under the CUAET program, Ukrainians were exempt from medical examinations prior to travel and could complete it upon arrival in Canada. We're calling for similar humanitarian measures, a request drawn from an existing model that worked and was introduced not too long ago. The TRV system in place now falls short of its humanitarian intent, and as Canadians, we must be pushing for a system that allows families to reunite with one another before it's too late and before more lives are lost. We also want to express our support with the Apartheid-Free Communities Pledge, a pledge that further strengthens our collective commitment to equality and opposing all forms of discrimination, oppression, and racism in the town of Milton. This pledge reflects a core Canadian value and stands as an important asset to our community. As councillors, you represent the voices of the people of Milton, and we're hopeful that you will join us in calling for what is right. Joining the voices of many community members in Milton, we're calling for the safety and protection of our Palestinian brothers and sisters through a two-way weapons embargo and fixing the TRV program. Members of your own town are hurting, and we are relying on your leadership to help us. Thank you, and I hope you vote in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the delegation? No questions. Thanks again. The next delegation is going to be Amna Khan. Good evening and welcome. Can't speak, sorry. Good evening, welcome. Please state your name and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to present your delegation.
Hi, my name is Amina Khan. Thank you, Mayor, councillors, and members of the public for this opportunity to speak. Sorry, I'm just getting over a cold, so please be patient with me. I want to begin by reflecting on the land acknowledgement we heard at the start of this meeting. For many of us, that land acknowledgement isn't just tradition. It's a reminder that our responsibility to confront and dismantle systems of colonial violence, displacement, and injustice. And if we are sincere in our commitment to decolonization here in Canada, then we must be committed to opposing colonial violence wherever it takes place, including in Palestine. Tonight, we're here to ask Milton to stand with its most vulnerable residents and affirm a simple truth. Every human being deserves dignity, safety, and freedom. That's not divisive. It's what justice looks like. We often hear the phrase, never again. After World War II and the Holocaust, it wasn't just a slogan. It was a global commitment to prevent future genocides, to oppose fascism, and refuse complicity in mass violence. But today, in 2025, we find ourselves watching a genocide unfold in real time, live streamed to our phones and debating whether or not Palestinians deserve to be seen as fully human. Let me briefly share some verified data from UNICEF, Doctors Without Borders, Amnesty International, the United Nations, and the International Court of Justice. In the past 24 months, over 67,000 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed. That's 1 in every 33 people. 20,000 of those killed are children. That's 1 child killed every hour for 2 years. Over 169,000 people have been injured, many with life-altering disabilities. UNICEF estimates that 3,000 to 4,000 children have lost limbs. Gaza now has more child amputees than anywhere else in the world. Doctors Without Borders have introduced a tragic new term, wounded child, no surviving family. These are not just numbers. These are children who will never walk again, families wiped out, communities starved, displaced, and denied of medical care. And all of this has been carried out in clear violation of international law. We have seen 36 hospitals bombed, over 250 journalists killed, many alongside their families, schools, UN shelters, refugee camps, and aid convoys attacked. Yet despite all this, when we call on Milton to become an apartheid-free community, we are told that it might be divisive. But I ask you, what is truly divisive? Taking a stand against mass killing or ignoring it? I've lived in Milton for over 9 years, and my sister has lived here for 16. We've had our Stand Up for Humanity and Free Palestine signs stolen from our lawn more than 3 times. That is what division looks like. Not speaking up, but silencing those who do. Declaring Milton as an apartheid-free zone is not about foreign policy stance. It's about affirming our values as a community, values that say we do not tolerate racism, bigotry, or violence, that we stand with all people, whether in Milton or in Gaza, whose lives are endangered or devalued. So tonight, I'm asking you to support the motion calling on the federal government to expand the Gaza temporary resident visa program, modeled after a successful program used to reunite Ukrainian families, so that Gaza and Canadian families can be safely reunited here in Canada. Sign the apartheid-free communities pledge, affirming Milton's commitment to justice, dignity, and opposition to all forms of oppression. Send this resolution to local MPs, MPPs, and governing bodies to amplify our voice and urge them to enforce a 2-way arms embargo with Israel. Neutrality is not an option. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said,
Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Neutrality is not compassion. Silence is not peace. Our values mean nothing if they disappear when they are most needed. Let us choose courage over comfort, justice over neutrality, humanity over silence. Let us put Milton on the right side of history together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you. The next delegation is going to be virtual, and so is the final one after that. It's going to be from Danielle Keenan. Danielle, if you could please state your name once our staff connect you, and then just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to present your delegation.
Thank you very much. My name is Danielle Keenan. Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor Krantz and members of council. My name is Danielle Keenan, and I am the Director of Strategic Communications for Ontario at the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight on this motion. Milton's goal to be a safe, diverse, and welcoming community is one that we all share. And it is important to ensure that these values apply equally to everyone. Passing this motion would do the opposite. It would divide residents, spread misinformation, and undermine unity at a time when accuracy and compassion are needed most. While this motion is framed as humanitarian, it tells only part of the story. It omits any acknowledgement of the October 7th, 2023 massacre, when Hamas terrorists murdered more than 1,200 innocent people, including Canadians, and kidnapped 251 others in the deadliest attack on Jews since the Holocaust. Foreign policy is the jurisdiction of the federal government. When a municipality steps into international conflicts, it risks inflaming tensions at home and making already vulnerable communities feel less safe. We've seen this play out across Ontario and Canada over the past year, where global conflict has spilled onto our streets in the form of harassment, vandalism, hate, and even violence. In fact, anti-Semitic incidents in Ontario have surged dramatically since October 7th, 2023. Jewish Canadians are 25 times more likely to experience a hate crime than anyone else. And the recent report on anti-Semitism in Ontario's K-12 schools saw incidents ranging from graffiti and slurs to harassment of Jewish students and staff. These are not distant issues. These are happening in our classrooms, in our neighborhoods, and they impact Jewish families right here in Milton. The motion also calls for Milton to sign the Apartheid-Free Communities Pledge. While it sounds like a human rights statement, it is not a neutral commitment. It is a political campaign built on the false premise that Israel is an apartheid state. That claim has not been affirmed by Canada, by any international court, or by the United Nations. Endorsing the pledge would align the town with the divisive boycott movement and alienate many Jewish residents who already feel unsafe. It would send a message that Milton is not safe for our community. Milton deserves leadership that unites rather than divides, that upholds the dignity, safety, and belonging of every resident. Your responsibility as council is to all Miltonians, and that means standing firmly against any motion or action that pits one community against another. I urge you to do the responsible thing. Reject this motion, reaffirm Milton's commitment to inclusivity, and ensure that Milton remains a place where everyone, regardless of faith, background, or heritage, feels safe and welcome. Thank you for your time.
Folks. Everyone has the ability to be a delegate that's registered. Everyone has to respect the fact that people can speak if they've gone through the process to be a delegate. If you disagree with that, please don't articulate that in this decorum, in this format. That can be done elsewhere. We have rules, we have procedure that we need to follow. It makes my job very difficult as the chair. This is a very emotional subject for many people. Please help me do my job a bit easier and ensure that we're respecting the rules of this chamber and following all procedure. I trust that you'll help me do that. No need. It's okay. It's okay. I appreciate it. I trust that you will. We're just going to go on to the final delegation after this, and it's going to be Richard Robertson, who's also virtual. And Richard, if you could please state your name once you're connected, and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to do your delegation.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and esteemed town councillors. My name is Richard Robertson. I'm B'nai B'rith Canada's Director of Research and Advocacy. B'nai B'rith is the country's oldest human rights organization and the voice of Canada's grassroots Jewish community. Our organization, which was founded in 1875, is dedicated to eradicating racism and hatred in all its forms and championing the rights of the marginalized. I am here on behalf of Milton's mainstream Jewish community to address item 9.8 on today's agenda, a motion regarding advocacy for humanitarian action and federal policy reform regarding the situation in Gaza. Canada is in the midst of a crisis of anti-Semitism. B'nai B'rith Canada's annual audit of anti-Semitic incidents recorded a 124% increase in anti-Semitism between 2022 and 2024. Per Statistics Canada, 2024 marked the 6th consecutive year in which the number of police-reported hate crimes increased in Canada. Accordingly, it is a submission of B'nai B'rith Canada that this town council must focus its efforts on de-escalating the tensions that have been fostering hate and promoting division within the community. The ceasefire between Israel and Hamas presents an opportunity for Canadian society to repair the damage the conflict has caused to our collective social fabric. Motions like agenda item 9.8 do the opposite. They have the propensity to be weaponized to justify the spread of hate and the sowing of further division. A municipality's advocacy in relation to and position on a geopolitical issue must not come at the cost of the well-being of its constituents or the vitality of its community. Item 9.8 is fundamentally divisive and problematic. It treats as fact highly controversial and contested figures produced by the Hamas-run Palestinian Health Authority. As well, it relies on assertions that, contrary to what you have heard from delegates tonight, have not been definitively ruled upon by an international judicial body. Further, it places blame for the conflict between Israel and Hamas solely on the Israeli state. It fails to acknowledge the responsibility borne by Hamas and other listed terror entities for the destruction of infrastructure and for civilian casualties in Gaza. By unduly placing blame solely on the Jewish state, the motion is anti-Semitic, as it holds Israel to a standard not expected of any other nation state. Perhaps most concerningly, the motion resolves that the town of Milton become a signatory to the Apartheid-Free Communities Pledge. The pledge itself is inherently anti-Semitic. Under the guise of opposing racism, bigotry, discrimination, and oppression, it wantonly ostracizes and maligns the world's only Jewish state. Additionally, the pledge, by comparing the actions of the Israeli government to that of South Africa's apartheid regime, does a disservice to the victims and survivors of apartheid. In conclusion, the adoption of item 9.8 will not advance the proliferation of human rights or peace. It will serve to only further incite against and marginalize Milton's Jewish population through the spread of misinformation and the endorsement of the bigoted apartheid pledge campaign. Though perhaps not in the way that its drafters intended, this motion does provide Milton's Town Council with the opportunity to demonstrate its commitment to human rights and to peaceful coexistence. By declining to adopt the motion, the Council will be ensuring that Milton remains a welcoming and inclusive environment for all. Subject to any questions, that concludes my submission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for the delegation. Are there any questions for the delegation from Council? I do not see any. That marks the conclusion of the delegations for item 9.8. There are no further delegations at this time. And again, just as I mentioned at the beginning and partway through the meeting earlier on, at this point, we're going to be transitioning back to the remaining public meetings. And then after that, we will be dealing with the item for consideration, which includes this particular motion where the delegations were made. So I ask for your patience. I know it's going to be a bit of a wait, but we're going to get to it as soon as we can. We're going to move on to item 7.3, public meeting relating to plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment application by Frontenac Forest Estates. For this public meeting, I will call on Madam Clerk to review the procedure for the public meeting. Madam Clerk.
This public meeting is with regard to a plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment application by Frontenac Forest Estates. Council will consider related bylaws at a future meeting. If you wish to be notified of the decision about this application, please sign the attendance sheet at the back of council chambers or make a written request to town clerk at 150 Mary Street, Milton, or email at townclerk@milton.ca. Following a presentation from the applicant, there will be an opportunity for public comments from in-person and remote meeting participants. As a reminder, anyone wishing to connect remotely and speak to this item, the number is 1-866-511-0021. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to call on the applicant to come forward. Thank you for your patience. And if you could please state your name and begin your presentation. Just a reminder, you also have 5 minutes to do so.
Great. Good evening. Through the chair, your worship, and members of council. My name is Ashley Patton. I'm a registered professional planner and associate with Bousfields, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the owners of the property located at 6692 8th Line to provide a brief overview of the requested draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment. And while I acknowledge that no decision is being made tonight, I just wanted to thank planning staff for their collaboration thus far, and we look forward to working with staff as we receive comments and address those comments through the process. Slide one, and I will provide a condensed version of this. The property, next slide, please, or can I control the, oh, right here. Great. The property is located within the approved Trafalgar secondary plan and is bounded by Dairy Road to the north, Trafalgar Road to the west, and the pipeline corridor to the south and 8th Line to the east. So this next figure shows the site relative to the boundaries of the approved Trafalgar secondary plan, the proposed Egerton secondary plan on the north side, as well as the proposed Trafalgar GO station located just northwest of the site. So the site, including the remainder of the lands in the Trafalgar secondary plan, were added to the urban boundary through the Regional Official Plan Amendment 38 and the Town Official Plan Amendment 31 to accommodate growth to 2031. The policies of the official plan require that land uses be established through a secondary planning process, which has been concluded. And with the approval of the secondary plan in 2024, this draft plan of subdivision implements those land uses and policies. And in terms of there is an ongoing tertiary plan that is expected to be put forward toward this council later this year, and this council will choose to endorse or not. But that the landowner group and our client has been working collaboratively with staff on the tertiary plan process. The site is designated the Sustainable Halton Growth Area and Natural Heritage System in the in-effect official plan, as well as complete neighborhoods in the adopted official plan. And these designations permit a full range of residential, commercial, recreation, and open space uses. So within the Trafalgar secondary plan outlined there at the top right, the secondary plan designates the site a combination of neighborhood center mixed use at the top left corner in pink, medium density mixed use, a variety of medium density residential, low density residential, natural heritage system, as well as identifies a number of community facilities to be provided on the site, including parks, an elementary school, a neighborhood center, and a local center. The site is currently zoned future development, and so the zoning bylaw amendment submitted was a request to rezone the site to implement the land uses of the approved Trafalgar secondary plan. So consistent with the approved secondary plan, the requested draft plan of subdivision implements the road network, the land uses, the densities, and the key public infrastructure in the secondary plan, including and 2 public parks, 2 village squares, environmental protection lands, an elementary school, 2 swim ponds, stormwater management ponds, a network of public roads, including collector, local, and public laneways. as well as a number of residential units, including single and semi-detached houses, street and dual frontage townhouses, rear lane townhouses, and back-to-back townhouses. There are future potential apartment blocks on the subdivision. Those are subject to a proposed holding provision, but are expected to be a later phase of development, and that will be also subject to future site plan control applications. So in summary, the requested zoning bylaw amendment proposes to rezone the site to a combination of residential medium density, natural heritage system, open space, mixed use, and minor institutional to implement the policies of the Trafalgar Secondary Plan. And in my opinion, as we work through staff, the requested applications are consistent with the provincial planning statement, conform to the Trafalgar Secondary Plan, and align with the what is now draft Trafalgar Tertiary Plan. And we look forward to working with staff on this application. And I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Challoner.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. My question of the applicant is what she sees as the timing for the actual returning to council, returning to staff to talk about building construction, so specific neighborhoods, and I'm kind of curious as to what that time frame might be.
Through the chair, can you clarify? You mean construction of the initial phases of development? They do have, the owner does have servicing allocation for a portion of the site that was approved through the 2020 allocation program. So it's expected in the next 5 or so years.
Mr. Chairman, that's all the questions I have for the applicant, but I do have some questions of staff when that timing is appropriate.
Yes, yeah, thank you. One moment. Okay, we're just gonna stand down for a few minutes till we get whatever's happening out there situated. Whoever's already in here, if I can ask you to stay in here because we need to get that situated.
Public meeting, please, and once your finished, I'll turn the chair back over to Councillor Kolke. Please proceed.
My presentation is concluded. I'm here to answer any questions of council.
Councillor Ijaz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great presentation. Given the nearby Union Gas Pipeline and the Natural Heritage System blocks, what engineering measures are in place to avoid delays or conflicts in servicing?
Through the chair, can you clarify conflicts of what type of servicing?
You're looking at water waste management?
So as I mentioned, there is a DAFIS currently underway as part of the tertiary plan. It's the development area servicing function or development area environmental functional servicing report. So that is being looked at comprehensively in terms of all the landowners in the landowner group. And as I said, there has been servicing allocation in terms of providing allocation to this property and as surrounding properties as well.
Thank you. Has a plan been considered to manage construction phase traffic and minimize impacts on existing residents and commuters?
Yeah, so as a condition of draft plan approval, we fully expect a construction management plan will be a condition of approval.
We mentioned 2 parks. Would that include amenities like playgrounds, shaded seating, and open fields, or are they primarily green buffers?
So 2 public parks are provided, which we've provided facility fits in accordance with the town's policies, but there also are 2 village squares. So in a combination of green open spaces and village squares to provide more sporting fields, but also play structures and fitness equipment and things like that on a smaller neighborhood scale.
Thank you. That'll be all.
Anything further to the delegation? And again, this is a public meeting, of course. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to address this item? For the second time, is there anyone in the audience wishing to address this item? Third and final time, I will assume there's no one in the audience to deal with this item. The motion moved by Councillor Best, second by Councillor Chandler, that the Development Service Report DS 05825 be received for information. Councillor Chandler?
Yes, Your Worship, I just have a question of staff, and it's quite frankly, it's a larger question than just this particular application. And I've kind of noticed a little bit of a theme recently. And there was a point in time when we were sitting down with the development community prior to them actually bringing forward application to hear what they were thinking about and providing our thoughts on behalf of the wards we represent about what they were proposing or were about to propose. And I don't know if that's still taking place or not. Councillor Malboof and I, it's been a while since we were invited to one of those sessions. And I would suggest, particularly in light of what has occurred earlier tonight with some applications, that we give serious consideration to bringing that model back, because I think it will help members of council, but I think it's also going to help the public as well. So that's my general question.
Ms. Hogan?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, we'll certainly take that under advisement and look to do that in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Chandler, any further?
No, it's good to hear that. Thank you.
Councillor Best?
Yes, through to staff as well. As we've heard from the applicant that they're looking in the next 3 to 5 years. Are also going to get an update from Metrolinx, because the last time we heard from them that they were hoping for a station there by the year 2028. I don't know where that stands right now, but it'd be good to get an update, because the whole idea of this area was predicated on having a GO station on Trafalgar Road.
Hogan?
Thank you. Through the chair, we are still in active discussions with Metrolinx about the future GO station. We do have an approved business case, and we are looking at other necessary agreements to enter into with Metrolinx to see the station eventually come to fruition.
That'd be nice, and possibly talk to the mayor and city council in Kitchener, because they seem to be getting more GO service than we are.
Okay, any further speakers to the motion? If not, those in favor of the motion? That's carried. Councillor Kolke, will you assume the chair once again, please?
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Item 7.4, public meeting relating to official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment by a numbered company, Ontario Limited. For this public meeting, I'll call on Madam Clerk to review the procedure for this public meeting. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
This public meeting is with regard to official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment by 10001189892 Ontario Limited. Council will consider related bylaws at a future meeting. If you wish to be notified of the decision about this application, please sign the attendance sheet located at the back of council chambers or make a written request to the town clerk at 150 Mary Street in Milton or email townclerk@milton.ca. Following a presentation from the applicant, there will be an opportunity for public comments from in-person and remote meeting participants. As a reminder, for anyone connecting remotely, that number is 1-866-511-0021.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll call on the applicant to please come to the podium to present the proposal. And just a reminder, if you could please state your first name, last name, and then also you have 5 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Your Worship, and councillors. My name is Jaden Sinkowski, and I'm a planner with Glenschnar & Associates Incorporated. I'm here this evening to represent Fieldgate Developments in connection with the applications to amend the Milton Official Plan, specifically the Boyne Survey Secondary Plan, to reduce the size of the existing secondary mixed-use node, as well as a zoning bylaw amendment application, which will facilitate the overall development consisting of commercial, high-density, and townhomes. These applications will also include a redline revision of the previously approved plan of subdivision underneath application 24T-21005-M. This is an aerial of the subject lands owned by Fieldgate. The site is located on the southwest quadrant of Bronte Street South and Louis St. Laurent Avenue, east of the Canadian National Railway tracks. Site is currently consists of undeveloped former agricultural lands and are surrounded by new and emerging urban and residential developments. These lands were designated and zoned for urban development, including commercial uses, high-density uses, and townhomes, and were draft approved through the plan of subdivision in January of 2024. On this slide, the lands outlined in blue are subject to the draft approved plan of subdivision, approximately 36.5 hectares in size, and the lands outlined in red are subject to the new official plan and zoning bylaw amendments and to the red line revisions to the plan of subdivision, which is approximately 36 acres in size. The focus of today is on the northern portion of these subject lands outlined in red. As shown here, the lands are within the Boyne Survey Secondary Plan, and the northern portion of the subject lands are designated secondary mixed-use node. This is shown in red. The SMUN lands are intended to form a focal point for surrounding neighborhoods with a mix of uses and higher densities, creating compact, pedestrian-oriented, and transit-supportive development. This slide shows the portion of the subject lands that are subject to our applications. No change is proposed to the layouts of the land uses in the southern portion, shown in green, and which is part of the approved plan of subdivision. Changes that have been proposed include the light orange blocks outlined in blue are proposed to be the new delineation of the secondary mixed-use node. This includes 2 commercial blocks along the northern limit, which is approximately 12 acres in size together, and 1 high-density block along the west side, 2.9 acres in size. The remaining land subject to the OPA and ZBA are shown in the darker orange, red, and yellow blocks and are proposed to be townhouse blocks, which consist of 277 townhouse units altogether. The application proposes a reconfiguration to locate all of the proposed townhomes beyond the limits of the secondary mixed-use node. Slide 5 shows the commercial concept being proposed along the northern limits of the SMUN fronting Louis St. Laurent. This slide illustrates the proposal for 9 commercial buildings of varying gross floor areas proposed across the 2 commercial blocks. These blocks will be subject to future site plan applications, and access to both commercial blocks is proposed via the new Street B, Louis St. Laurent, and from a right-in, right-out proposed along Street C from Bronte Street South. Slide 6 shows the high-density concept plan, which shows 3 15-story buildings, which have been conceptually laid out for the current design. Slide 7 shows the current zoning, which was approved as part of the site from March 2023. The secondary mixed-use commercial is shown in pink, residential medium density 2 is shown in beige, residential high density in orange, and these zones permitted the previously approved development, which included commercial high density and medium density townhome residential. Slide 8 is the proposed zoning, which will implement the developed layout discussed on the previous slides. These zones include secondary mixed-use commercial, residential medium density 1, residential medium density 2, and residential high density. As shown on this slide, each zone proposes a special zoning exception to seek certain relief to some of the technical provisions in the parent zones, which include the following: In the commercial zone, we are seeking relief to provisions related to various types of setbacks, building height, landscape open space, and parking rate provisions. In the zone proposed for the dual frontage townhomes, we are seeking relief to provisions related to lot depth, front and exterior yard setbacks. In the zone proposed for back-to-back townhomes, we are seeking relief to provisions related to yard setbacks, the residential parking rate, and the building height. In the zone for the proposed apartment buildings, we are seeking relief to provisions related to frontages, setbacks, building height, location of underground parking, parking rate provisions, and location of waste storage. Relief from these zoning regulations will facilitate the proposed development. In conclusion, the proposed development seeks to modify the limits of the secondary mixed-use node, introduce and finesse siting and sizing of the blocks for commercial, high-density, and townhouse development, all on a public road system. The development will add vibrancy to Milton in the form of a new, connected, and healthy community with a range of uses and densities. Thank you very much, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I will go to some questions. Councillor Ali first.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Through you, thank you for your presentation. Obviously, I speak on behalf of Ward 4 residents, very excited to welcome Fieldgate finally coming up with these plans and letting us know what is coming where. Obviously, whenever there is a decrease in height, residents appreciate that. So we thank you for that too. I have a few questions pertaining to the crossings surrounding this intersection because there are two high schools. This proposal is abutted by two high schools on each end. And as we have seen with the one high school abutting a commercial on the other side, which is the Sobeys Plaza, there is a constant issue with jaywalking and traffic safety and pedestrian safety. I would like to highly recommend you and your team to consider a safe pedestrian walkway, if that is possible at all. I think that would be an ideal situation when we have two high schools involved. You will get a lot of foot traffic, which is great for the businesses that are coming. Having said that, we want to make sure the children are able to traverse back and forth safely. And as we all know, as a mom of teenagers, I know they like to dare each other to, run into oncoming traffic. So we want to make sure that we anticipate those things and, provide those safety measures. So please take that as an advisement and as a note. That is very important. I know that Fieldgate is the one that also has created the Santa Maria Plaza, if I'm correct. And that plaza is one of the worst plazas in the town of Milton. Commercial plazas. So I really recommend you to go there and study what can be made better so that those mistakes are not repeated here, especially with regards to the turnings that are coming in and out of the drive-throughs on McDonald's and Tim Hortons is a disaster there. So please study that. Light has been an issue there for the neighboring residential homes, and the smell of cooking food has been an issue there. Just pointing those things out to you. And lastly, there's a lot of interest in the community about the commercial part of your development. Would you be able to share a few businesses that are going to be coming there that you have confirmed? And can you also confirm if there is a grocery store in there?
At this time, I believe that there is a grocery store component that will be involved.
Fortino's.
Yes, correct. So that is involved. Regarding other commercial uses within the plaza, I don't have that information at this time, but we can gather and see what we have to date.
And really quickly, people are excited. Would you be able to hazard a guess on the timings?
So our timing is strongly tied to the approval of the draft plan. So basically, as soon as we get approval of the draft plan and clear our conditions, we're going to be pushing hard. Underneath the prior applications, we actually had done two commercial site plan applications. So we're looking to continue underneath this current application to keep pushing that forward as we understand that the town is greatly interested in this commercial plaza. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, sir. Councillor Best.
Yes, further to Councillor Ali's questions, could you also confirm what the reduction in the number of units, because my numbers don't seem to add up to what we approved previously, about 2 years ago, and I just want to make sure, because I could see reduced from 7 to 3, even though higher buildings, but the counts seem to be a little different, and I just wanted to see how the market is going and what your coming up with in terms of more stacked townhouses, which have their own challenges?
So I will be frank, I do not have the old high density numbers, but I will say that we've gone from 9 buildings to 3. So within those 3 buildings, based off of the concept that we shared here tonight, there's 477 units, 159 per building. Regarding townhomes, I do have a number for that. Please bear with me. Okay, so we previously proposed 177 townhomes, and underneath the current, so with dual frontage, back to back, and then just your regular street frontage townhomes, we are proposing 277. So an increase of approximately 100.
Okay, possibly staff can clarify the technical report. Secondly, regarding the commercial area, I noticed that you've done quite a redesign of that area. Are you also looking at possibly having office uses on upper floors? Because that's one thing that our economic development department is finding, that there's more and more demand for office, but there's just no space available. And it's a real concern, and especially now it's zoned mixed use.
We can definitely, through the chair, we can definitely take a look at that and speak with the commercial team and see if there's an appetite for that.
That's something that staff can talk to our economic development people. And also I agree with Councillor Ali, please look at the pedestrian access and also the turning movements. It is very dangerous in that other plaza, and I agree with her, because we need to keep the town safe, and that is a dangerous area when you have 2 high schools in close proximity to a commercial area.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, sir. Councillor Marshall.
Just quickly, I am going to also echo again for now the 3rd time. You can tell how important this is, the pedestrian access, not only crossing Bronte, but also within the proposed site plan. So I know that a lot of students that are going to be attending the high school that's to the south, or are going to come from the area just north of Louis Saint Laurent. And sometimes they're a creature of the shortest route. So please just keep those sorts of things in mind when planning, whether it's vehicle entry, but also pedestrian entry into the commercial portion of the plaza, just to make sure that the flow works for everybody that's going to be using it.
Thank you, Councillor. And is there anybody else that would like to speak or ask questions, comments, feedback? No, okay. There aren't any delegations signed up in relation to this item. I've confirmed that with Madam Clerk. Is there anybody in the body of the chambers that would like to speak to this proposal? Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. Khan, you can come up. Yep. If you could please state your first name, last name, and a reminder, you have 5 minutes to speak to this proposal.
My name is Khurshid Ali Khan, and I'm a resident of Ward 4. Luckily, I'm here today, and I saw this is my area where I live. And across the corner, as Mrs. Ali, she mentioned, and Sarah mentioned, and Best mentioned, basically that area, that intersection is very busy. On the one side is already commercial plaza with Sobeys, and the children from LC McGill and plus JV, they go to that plaza as well. So that's very busy, extremely busy. So not only 2 high schools, I didn't know about the second high school, but there is another school as well. So very busy, and you need to design something better. That one thing. And plus commercial should be something different. What we see on south side of Derry, the commercial plazas are not meeting the requirement, as Colin West mentioned. Like we need offices as well, not only those shops, right? And those should not be reputation as like other commercial plazas. And we need grocery, but I would recommend go with the not high-end grocery, because we already have Sobeys over there. So if you go something like cheaper, maybe like no frill or something like that, then more customer will be attracted in that area, because I live in that area and I know the concerns of the public as well. So these are the few things I think that will help in designing. And plus you added something to it, already approved plan. That's what I saw. So it means you are extending towards LC McGill. So already you are going towards LC McGill. There is a narrow margin to it. You need to design something better for the pedestrian. That's what he has. Yeah, okay, Chairman, sorry. I was looking at him. So that's what is my proposal. Any question or anything?
Thank you for your delegation. Do any members
Thank
of
you.
council? One moment.
Yeah.
Do any members of council have questions for Mr. Khan? No questions, sir. Thank you very much. And just for your knowledge, this is for information only. This is not a decision being made on this proposal. Your feedback will be noted by staff and they will intake it as part of the review and recommendation that'll come a few months down the line. Thank you.
Yeah, one thing I want to mention before I
Okay,
leave.
sorry, we can't do repetitive delegation.
Oh, okay,
Sorry
that's
about
fine.
that. Yeah, we just have to get through
Because
this.
there was an accident that just came to my mind.
Traffic safety and
yeah.
collisions are concerned. That's been noted, Commissioner Hogan. Traffic safety, collisions.
Can I mention just it will help
Sir,
a little bit?
sir. Unfortunately
it's
not.
okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah. The floor is still open for any other members. Yes, sir, come on up. Yeah. If you could please state your, when you come to the podium, turn it on and then please state your first name, last name, and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes, sir, to delegate to this public meeting. Just please press the button. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. My name is Zubair Ahmed. I just have a simple suggestion by listening this. They may develop a pedestrian underway or subway for the crossing. Have I explained my, have you got what I'm saying? They can suggest the pedestrian underway under the, beneath the road for the crossing in order to meet the congestion area. That's it.
Thank you very much, sir. So from my understanding, an underground pedestrian tunnel.
Yeah.
And something with transit related.
Yeah, that will help. Actually, it's a new idea, but in Toronto area, it's already been done, so we can learn that from.
Thank you. Commissioner has noted that down as well. The floor is still open. Is there anybody else in the community, in the body of the chambers, that would like to comment on this proposal? Seeing none. With that, I will read the motion moved by Councillor Best, seconded by Councillor Challenger. The Development Services Report DS 05822025 be received for information. Any questions? No questions. All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to 7.5, public meeting related to the plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment application by Remington Trafalgar Inc., TRGI West Properties Inc., and TRGI Properties Inc. For this public meeting, I will call on Madam Clerk to review the procedure for the public meeting. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Thank you. This is regard to plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment application by Remington Trafalgar Inc., TRGI West Properties Inc., and TRGI Properties Inc. Council will consider related bylaws at a future meeting. If you wish to be notified of the decision of this application, please sign the attendance sheet at the back table in council chambers or make a written request to Town Clerk, 150 Mary Street, Milton, or email townclerk@milton.ca. Following a presentation from the applicant, there'll be an opportunity for public comments from in-person or remote meeting participants. As a reminder, the dedicated phone line for anyone wishing to connect remotely is 1-866-511-0021.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to the applicant for already approaching the podium. Would you please state your name, and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to delegate or present this proposal.
Good morning. My name is Catherine McEwen from Berziac Urban Planning. Here on behalf of Remington. The subject lands are located on the east side of Trafalgar Road, south of the future extension of Louis Saint Laurent Boulevard. The subject lands are designated urban area, natural heritage area, and regional intensification corridor in the regional official plan. The proposed plan conforms to these policies. The subject lands are designated SHP growth area and natural heritage system in the town of Milton official plan. And the proposed plan conforms to these policies as well, and they're subject to the Trafalgar secondary plan. The lands are designated low density residential, medium density residential 1 and 2, neighborhood center mixed use 2, and NHS within the Trafalgar secondary plan. The proposed plan is located within the settlement area and will provide a diverse mix of housing, and it achieves the minimum density targets. The proposed draft plan includes 277 residential units, including 44 back-to-back townhouses, 111 street townhouses, 238 single detached dwellings, a park, an elementary school, medium density blocks, mixed use blocks, NHS, and stormwater management ponds. We're proposing to rezone the lands to implement the secondary plan policies for the previously mentioned uses. We're proposing to rezone it from future development to site-specific RMD1 and RMD2, mixed use and open space and minor institutional. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Ali.
Thank you. Really quickly, this is exciting for us to see that, finally we are seeing plans come up for Trafalgar and Derry intersection area. I just want to say that we have areas in our part of the town where there are no parks. So I'm looking at these plans and I'm not seeing any parks pointed out. Maybe I'm not reading it correctly, but please keep that in mind that parks are something that the community really wants and they should be walkable parks.
Through you, Chair. There is a neighborhood park located on the plan. I don't know if I can go back to it or not. And we've been working with staff on the facility fit for that park. So the programming for it.
Thank you. So there's one neighborhood park and no other small parks?
No, there's no village squares.
So that is what my point was. I think village squares are better appreciated with younger families. So when you have high densities, you're most likely to see younger families there and families with little children. And it is hard for them to walk over to one neighborhood park for the whole subdivision. It's better to have small village squares that are interspersed throughout the plan. So something to take back.
Thank you.
And see if you can move things around or the puzzle and fit those in there because this is the time to do it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Ijaz.
Thank you for your presentation. So one of the leading concerns continues to be parks in new communities. And it's not just the park allotment, but it's also the timeliness of the park. Many times residents move into a new community, the kids are 3, 4, 5, 6 years old. By the time the park is there, the kid is 16 or 15 or 14. The need for the park for that resident is no longer there. So this is sort of a suggestion rather to you as well as to our staff that when a community is developed, if we could go ahead and develop that park with that community. So when residents take on occupancy, they also can enjoy the amenities around, and park is one of the leading attractions for any resident. I do have 1 or 2 questions for you. How is the stormwater management system, blocks 273 and 274, being phased to prevent interim drainage or flooding issues?
Through you, Chair. Similar to the previous application that we heard, it's being reviewed through the DAFIS and the engineers. It'll all be dealt with through that timing wise.
Perfect. The traffic impact study, Thailand, July 2025. What intersection improvements are being proposed for Trafalgar Road and the future Louis St. Laurent extension? If any.
I believe Trafalgar Road through the development will be improved, and Louis St. Laurent. It will be a bit of a different cross section from what we're used to. It'll be a 26-meter right of way versus the 35-meter that we're kind of used to throughout the town. So that's been the cross section for that has been finalized.
I've got many more questions, but you know what? I will take it up to staff, and that way we can hopefully finish the meeting before 1:30 a.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other members of council that have questions for the applicant? No further questions. Thank you very much, ma'am. This is a public meeting as well. If there's anybody in the body of the chambers that would like to speak to this public meeting and provide comments for staff's intake and for the application or applicant to listen to and note down, this would be the time to do so. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak to this public meeting? Seeing none, I'll read out the motion moved by Councillor Besson, seconded by Councillor Malbuff that Development Services Report DS 0602025 be received for information. Any final questions? No questions. All those in favor? It's carried. Okay, we are now at the end of our public meetings. We're now going to be going into items for consideration, and in relation to these items for consideration, I've been requested to move item 9.8, which is the motion to consider for advocacy for humanitarian action and federal policy reform regarding the situation in Gaza by Councillor Ali, to be the first item for consideration at this time. With that, do you have the motion? I'm going to read out this resolution first here, and then we'll go into the comments and deliberations. I have a motion moved by Councillor Ali and seconded by Councillor Marshall, whereas since October 2023, escalating violence in Gaza has resulted in a catastrophic humanitarian crisis, with reports estimating that over 62,000 Palestinians have been killed, including more than 18,800 children. And whereas over the same period, every hospital in Gaza has been damaged or destroyed, severely limiting access to life-saving medical care, and whereas more than 400 aid workers and numerous journalists, the highest number killed across modern conflicts combined, have lost their lives while serving in the region, and whereas the blockade of medical supplies, food, baby formula, and the essential humanitarian aid, since March 2025 has intensified the suffering of civilians, constituting a deepening humanitarian emergency, and whereas these actions have prompted international concern regarding violations of international humanitarian law, including the indiscriminate targeting of civilians and critical infrastructure, and whereas many Milton residents and families and community ties to the affected are calling for an urgent humanitarian action, and whereas municipalities across Canada have historically played a role in advocating for human rights, peace, and the protection of civilians. Therefore, be it resolved that 1, the Mayor, on behalf of Town of Milton Council, write a letter to the Government of Canada urging the establishment of a full two-way arms embargo to end both the export and import of all military goods between Canada and Israel, and 2, that the letter further requests the federal government to transform and expand the Gaza temporary resident visa program to safely and effectively reunify Gazan Canadian families, modeled after the Canada-Ukraine Authorization for Emergency Travel Program, which saw over 900,000 applications approved and more than 300,000 Ukrainians arrive in Canada, and 3, that the Town of Milton signed the Apartheid-Freed Communities Pledge, affirming our commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for all people, and opposing all forms of racism, bigotry, discrimination, and oppression, and 4, that copies of this resolution be sent to the Prime Minister of Canada, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, local members of Parliament, and members of Provincial Parliament, Halton Regional Council, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and the Association of Municipalities for Ontario for their awareness and support. With that, I will go to Councillor Ali as the mover of this motion to make some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a long night, so I'm going to keep my comments or my statements short. I want to first start by thanking all of the delegates who have stayed so long and have been committed to come out today in support and also as delegates to speak tonight. Your words make a huge impact on especially Palestinian families who have relatives here in Milton, who are going through pain for the last 2 years. This motion is not a divisive motion. It unites everybody under the umbrella of humanity. And I know that certain organizations have labeled it as unnecessary or doesn't belong in municipal councils. I do not agree with that, as what municipal councils do is advocate. So we always advocate to different levels of government, be it the province or the federal government. And this motion is doing exactly that. We are advocating to the federal government. And having said that, I want to also mention the fact that Miltonians, when they hear residents who live here, have served in the ERs, are doctors, talk about their own personal experience of what they have seen, their pain and their grief is validated. The motion I brought forward in June spoke about the hostages. It talked about how brutal that was and that we need to release them and that they belong back in their homes, and we need a ceasefire. And now we have a ceasefire, so-called, but we still see a lot of painful images coming out of Gaza. And so this motion is a relevant motion to today, and it builds on the advocacy of the last motion. And this is why I brought forward the motion. And tonight I was very happy to see people felt comfortable to come and speak their mind and share their thoughts and experiences on this issue. That is what councils are for. The councils do not belong to councilors or the mayor or the staff. They belong to the people. And tonight we opened the doors and allowed the people to come in and share their stories on both sides of the argument. And that's democracy. And so I thank everybody who was involved, and I appreciate your candor and also sharing your thoughts and your valid arguments. And I want to urge my colleagues tonight to be on the right side of history and support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. We'll go to the seconder, Councillor Marshall.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief as well. I will say that I echo Councillor Ali's comments as to the appropriateness of the motion. And I also just want to add, I want to be clear that this motion is not in any way meant to downplay anything that has happened since October 7, 2023 on either side of this. It is not meant to alienate Milton's Jewish residents or Canadians' Jewish residents. Anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian racism are not welcome here, nor are racism, bigotry, discrimination, and oppression. Milton is a culturally diverse community, and that is what makes it such a great place to live. And it's on that basis that I hope we can have our colleagues' support in passing this motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Malbuff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be as brief, but first of all, I'm concerned about why we're even dealing with this motion here tonight, especially with what has occurred in Gaza recently. This most of what this motion is asking for is already occurring. There's a ceasefire in effect. Israel has agreed to pull out its troops and cease the bombardment of Gaza. Humanitarian aid is flowing into Gaza. Canada has agreed to recognize the state of Palestine and Canada stopped supplying arms to Israel as of January 2024. Everything this motion
Sorry, Councillor
is already.
Councillor Malbuff, sorry to interrupt you. Folks, again, Councillor Ali mentioned it very eloquently. Democracy includes hearing all perspectives. We have a motion that's on the floor. We may have members that are going to present opposing views or views that they believe are in their parameters to express. We have to allow and respect that. We can't have any noises or any of that stuff happening. Councillor Malbuff, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Everything this motion asks for is already occurring, so there's no need for us to deal with it. With this motion, the motion I see is divisive and pits one sector of our community against another. And I was hoping that the mover and seconder, for the good of our community, would have withdrawn the motion to allow the ceasefire agreement a chance to work. But since that decision, they have not done so, we have to deal with this motion. Again, first of all, this motion has no place before this council. We have no jurisdiction or control as to what is happening in Gaza. Nothing we do here will have any impact on the situation there. But what this motion does do is force members of this council to choose sides in a conflict we have nothing to do with or have any control over. As I said, this motion is pitting one segment of our community against another, and I have not served this community for 21 years to be a part of that. Another problem I have is that the motion asks for a total arms embargo against Israel. But there's no mention, demand, or condition that Hamas disarms and turns in their weapons, which was a condition of the ceasefire, a condition they are now refusing to abide by. Why is the arms embargo only directed towards Israel? Israel has a right to defend itself and its citizens from attack by hostile forces. But this motion denies Israel the means to attain and acquire the weapons they need to defend themselves. You cannot defend yourself against an armed enemy if you are unarmed. As someone who has served in the military and served in combat, let me assure you that scenario does not work out well for those of the unarmed party. The motion refers to the destruction of hospitals and the deaths of innocent civilians. Well, the reason that has happened is because Hamas chose to locate its armories, staging areas, and headquarters underneath those hospitals and schools. They position their missiles and military bases among civilian population, using them as human shields. Hamas is as much to blame for the destruction of hospitals and the civilian deaths as Israel is, but there's no mention of that in this motion. The situation in Gaza today is a direct result of the brutal attack on unarmed Israeli civilians on October 7th, 2023 by Hamas and their Palestinian supporters. An assault that resulted in 1,250 innocent Israeli civilians being murdered, including many women and children, and 250 Israelis being kidnapped, many of them ending up being tortured and murdered while in captivity. But there's no mention of that, of any of this in this motion or the role that attack has played in this crisis. It is the actions of Hamas, the terrorist organization that was operating out of Gaza, that is responsible for the crisis that exists there today. But this motion places all the onus and blame for what has happened in Gaza only on Israel. In my opinion, the real purpose behind this motion is to garner political support from a certain sector of our community leading up to the upcoming election. This has more to do with politics than humanity. And I say that because this motion only deals with the situation in Gaza. Well, what about other areas in the world where similar, if not worse, situations exist? I speak of what is happening in Sudan, where over 100,000 people have been killed in that country's civil war. And tens of thousands of others, mainly women and children, have died from starvation and disease and similar crises in Somalia, Nigeria, Chad, and Haiti. But none of this is mentioned in these areas are mentioned in this motion. I guess the potential votes available from these communities aren't enough to warrant our humanitarian concern. Mr. Chair, this motion is not only divisive, it is biased and slanted against one side of the conflict, and in my opinion, borders on being anti-Semitic. As elected officials, we have a responsibility to ensure that everyone in our community is treated and represented equally. This motion goes contrary to that, and I will not compromise my principles on equality for all in order to secure a few votes. I will not allow myself or my position on this council to be used to promote the political agendas of special interest groups or the political ambitions of certain individuals. And for those reasons, I will not be supporting this motion. And I would urge other members of council to vote against this motion as well. Let's do what's right. Let's do what's best for our community as a whole. Let's work towards uniting this community.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yep, we have a point of order. Councillor Ali, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, the personal accusations are against code of conduct on council. So I would like to call a point of order from Councillor Malbouf.
I didn't mention any names.
Both councillors, give me one moment. Councillor Ali, what were the comments that you're referring to that you believe are?
He's saying that the motion is brought forward to further political agendas for next year's elections.
Stand by. Councillor Malbouf, you've heard the specific part of the comments you've made that
I'm entitled, as I stated, it's my opinion. Okay? And I'm entitled to my opinion. We still have freedom of speech in this country.
Yeah, Councillor Malbuff, what I'll say to that, I'll give my decision on that. It is very specific and personal to the person, to say in the chambers in this setting, I would decide on that would not be appropriate. So if you could just withdraw that specific portion, and then whatever happens outside of this chamber,
Okay, it has nothing to do with the upcoming election.
Thank you, Councillor Malbuff. Sorry, Councillor Malbuff, were you finished your remarks? You were, okay. Councillor Challen.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I will not be supporting this motion. It's anti-Israel, anti-Semitic rhetoric clothed in pacifist propaganda. Much of it is simply incorrect. And all of it has absolutely nothing to do with the mandate afforded Milton Council under the Ontario Municipal Act. It has captured the attention of some Miltonians in the last few days, and the vast majority of them are angry that it ever got onto a council agenda. They view it as divisive and hateful. I've heard from Miltonians of all faiths who are embarrassed by this motion and are tired with its attempt, like other recent motions to harass, bully, and intimidate. This matter is the sole purview of the federal government of Canada, and neither the federal government, Israel, or Hamas care what Milton Council thinks about this matter whatsoever. It's long past time for this council to get back to the business it was elected to do. Ensure that those municipal services that are delivered to Milton taxpayers are done so in a high quality, cost-effective, and timely fashion. I urge the mover and the seconder to withdraw this motion, and failing that, I urge all members of council to vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Challoner. Councillor Best.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ask staff to put the slide requested. Yeah, you got the chart. Yeah.
Did you want to wait, Councillor, until that's up there? Or?
Sure. Well, it's okay. I can just speak.
You want to begin? Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
By the time I'm finished, it should be appropriate. I agree with Councillor Challoner that I'll be opposing this motion as well, because it's not our purview. I sympathize with the innocent victims of any conflict, as Councillor Malbuff mentioned, throughout the world. What's not mentioned is what's going on in Ukraine, which is far worse. That's been going on for longer. But yeah, if you could, you're getting there. Yeah, but this is not our mandate, or should it be? And as former Cabinet Minister Lisa Raitt mentioned of this meeting, this is not what municipalities should be doing. We can sympathize, we can do our own work in our communities, but this is a purview. If you listen to the delegates, and I've noted 4 areas, if you could reduce that down possibly. Yeah, okay. Well, this is a chart from the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, which I had the privilege of being the president for 2 years and also serving on the FCM board, advocating there. But based on what I've seen talking to cabinet ministers of both provincial and federal levels, municipal resolutions don't have a lot of impact. What we do have to worry about is getting out of our lane. We've been accused of that. The province has been accused of it. The responsibilities of the federal government, since we can't see it on there, 4 main issues have been raised tonight: immigration, international relations, defense, and international trade. Those are all federal responsibilities. They are not municipal. They're not even meant to be. Look, this is a job. We still have about an hour's worth of work here to do on our area. That is what we should be sticking to. Going outside our realm, that is not our mandate, that we do not have any responsibility for or any knowledge of. This means diplomacy. That's what the federal government, that's where we elected MPs on April 28th. That is where the debate goes. So I rest my case. I do have hard copies if anyone needs information on what municipalities should be doing, and we still have lots of work to do.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Minikakis, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, thank you. This is baptism by fire for me in a very unfortunate way. 3 things. One, I empathize or I sympathize with the issues that are going on in Gaza. My wife is Ukrainian. I understand the situation very well. However, I've been trained to run companies and deal with corporate governance. And I've spent the last couple of weeks reading a lot about many of our procedural bylaws. And two of them that I want to point out. Procedure bylaw 33.4D says that if something like this is not in, a motion is not in our jurisdiction, that it cannot be, it is out of order. 9.71 says if it's a motion is out of order, if it's not about the welfare of Milton, and the welfare of Milton being services, operations, finance. Unfortunately, this motion, the way it's written, structurally fails the test of these bylaws that we have in place. This is where I have a problem. Because if it was only just about humanitarianism, I would be okay with it. It would be a different story. But that is not what this is. You're asking council to adjudicate an international issue that does not belong here. And for that reason, I cannot support it.
Thank you, Council. Councillor Ijas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you recall, back in October 2023, yourself and I tried to floor a motion calling for a ceasefire and peace in the region. That motion was not floored as there was no appetite from council at that time. During that same period, both Councillor Kalki and I made member statements calling for a ceasefire and peace in the region on both sides. In fact, I delivered two such statements, one here at the Town Council and another at Regional Council, where I was the only member to call for a ceasefire in Regional Council chambers for both sides. Our intention then, as it remains now, was to stand for humanity, compassion, and unity. What began in 2023 continues tonight as I reaffirm my commitment to the same cause, the pursuit of peace and understanding across the world. It is not about engaging in a foreign policy debate. It is about reaffirming our shared commitment to humanity, passion, and peace, values deeply rooted in our community of Milton and across Canada. Around the world, innocent lives continue to be lost to violence and war. Families are torn apart, children are displaced, and access to basic human needs, food, water, and safety is stripped away. Regardless of where these tragedies occur, the pain is universal. What defines us as Canadians is our belief that every human life has equal worth. We value peace over conflict, inclusion over division, and dignity for all people, no matter their faith, background, or where they live. Milton reflects those same Canadian principles. We're a diverse and compassionate town where residents from all walks of life are united in their concern for innocent lives and their desire to see an end to suffering everywhere. Our community expects us as local leaders to reflect that compassion, to stand for peace, unity, and understanding. This is not a political statement. It is a human one. Thank you.
Mayor Krantz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This item has been before council on more than one occasion. References were made about it being brought forward. And of course, as I recall, and I circulated for council's information, a resolution that was passed, I believe, unanimously by this council back in June for your information. So a vote, I'm going to call, Mr. Chairman, for the vote, and I'm going to call for a recorded vote as well. So to let everybody know where we all stand, I think it's very, very important to this community.
That's right, Mayor Krantz, and I think that was already arranged, but I think everybody on council has spoken at this point over here. And is there any further comments? Okay, there is a recorded vote that's being asked for. Madam Clerk, if you want to talk about the procedure for that.
Sure. So as far as members of council who are in favor of the motion, please stand. I'm seeing Councillor Ali, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Ijas, and Councillor Kalki. Please be seated. For members who are opposed to the motion, please stand. I'm seeing Councillor Best, Mayor Krantz, Councillor Challoner, Councillor Malbuff, and Councillor Minikakis. So the motion is lost.
It is 9.1, right? That's where I'm at. Okay. Item 9.1, staff report ES 04625 regarding operating budget review, September 2025. I have a motion moved by Councillor Challoner, seconded by Councillor Mest that the operating report for the 9 months ending in September 2025, along with the projected surplus of $3.6 million be received for information. Any questions? No questions. All those in favor? It's carried. Yeah, no, I'll do it as read. Okay, next is item 9.2, staff report ES 04825 regarding purchasing various. Moved by Councillor Malbuff and seconded by Councillor Best. As written in the resolution, is there any questions about this one? No questions. All those in favor? Carried. Can I just give you this one back as well? This was the one that was lost again. Item 9.3, staff report ES 04725 regarding Milton Hydro creation of trust. I have a motion moved by Councillor Challoner, seconded by Councillor Best. The council considered the request received to the Board of Directors for Milton Hydro Holdings Inc. in relation to the creation of a trust in order to exit the federal payment in lieu of tax regime. Any questions? Sorry, introductory comments. Glenn, go ahead.
Sorry, just a reminder to council. So the report is presented as information as we're acting as a liaison for a request from the board to council. Should you want to support the direction or the request of the board of Milton Hydro, one of you would need to move the language that's contained in the body of the report, and it would need to be seconded and approved. So just approving the report as presented will not deliver what the board has requested.
Thanks, Glenn. Yeah, Councillor Malbuff, go ahead. You have a question? Or you're moving something? That happened now, sorry, Glenn?
Correct, yes. And the language is in the body of the report to support council.
Okay, we'll recognize that, Councillor Malbuff, and Councillor Best will second that,
Yep.
Madam Clerk. Any other questions, comments? No, okay. All those in favor? Carried. E-scooters, item 9.4, moved by Councillor Marshall, seconded by Councillor Best as written in the resolution. Councillor Marshall, go ahead.
Thank you. Just due to consideration, I do think that the consideration of time, sorry, I do think the motion is fairly straightforward. We've seen an increased presence of e-scooters around our community. Right now, Milton does not have a bylaw to permit them, therefore they should not be operated. And so this is a motion to get some coordination with the other Halton municipalities so that there can be some predictability and consistency between the Halton municipalities with respect to consideration as to what is being done. I want to be clear that it is each municipality's decision as to what they do. However, given that there are other municipalities and a common police force, I think that having a coordinated effort on this is important.
Thanks, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Best.
Ditto.
Councillor Best, thank you very much. Councillor Challoner.
Just want to thank Councillor Marshall for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Challoner. Anybody else? Nobody else. Motion's already stated as written and moved by those two councillors. All those in favor? Carried. U-turns, moved by Councillor Challoner and seconded by Councillor Malbuff as written in the resolution. Councillor Challoner, go ahead.
Yes, you've read the resolution. It's the biggest issue that I get from constituents when it comes to the Ontario Highway Traffic Act in our community. It needs to be dealt with.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Malbuff? Nothing to add. Anybody else for questions, comments? Nobody? All those in favor? It's carried. Okay, the next resolution is my resolution. So I'm going to ask Councillor Ali to chair this portion of the meeting while I deal with the motion that I brought forward alongside Councillor Marshall. Councillor Ali, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So before us, ladies and gentlemen, we have this motion. It's moved by Councillor Kalki and it is seconded by Councillor Marshall, and it's pertaining to parks and the lack thereof in Ward 3, which is an area specifically in the neighborhoods located on the east side of Regional Road 25, bounded by Louis St. Laurent to the north, Britannia Road to the south, and west of Fifth Line. The motion is in front of you. I'm sure everybody has read it. I just want to know if anybody has, the mover would like to share any comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the resolution is asking for a staff report. There's a pocket of Ward 3 south of Louis St. Laurent in the boundaries that I mentioned there, north of Britannia, south of Louis St. Laurent, between Fifth Line and Regional 25, where through discussions with staff, learned that there were some agreements made many, many years ago that resulted in some park space being relocated to another part of the community and outside of Ward 3 in this case. The challenge that's existed in this community as a result of those decisions back then has resulted in established neighborhoods and houses being created in subdivisions which don't have a park that residents and families with children can walk to and enjoy. This resolution aims to help staff be provided with the direction to undertake some conversations and maybe establish some partnerships or negotiations with landowners in the area that's impacted, and hopefully, acquire land through our cash in lieu or whatever other parameters exist to build some village squares or other walkable parks in the communities that are already established within those boundaries. I've had the opportunity to canvass that area recently in the past few weeks, and residents in Ward 3 that live in that part, it's one of the biggest concerns that I heard at every other door. So I'm asking that council support this resolution. I think it's important. I think everybody agrees that parks are an important part of a complete community and that they make everybody's life better. That's all I got. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. A seconder of the motion, Councillor Marshall.
Ditto.
Okay, so with that ditto, everybody, are there any members of council? Okay, Councillor Ijas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to support this motion. Over the past several weeks, I've done check-ins across their newer neighborhoods, including the Roseway community. And the leading concern that consistently comes up is the lack of nearby parks. Many families have shared that they often need to drive just to access the park. As Milton continues to grow, every neighborhood deserves walkable spaces where people can gather, connect, and enjoy recreation close to home. This motion helps ensure our planning keeps pace with that growth and that all communities have access to the same amenities that make Milton such a vibrant and complete town. I thank the mover and the seconder for bringing this forward and fully support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments from any other colleagues? I'm seeing none, so everybody has the motion in front of them. I have read that too. Going to call the vote. All those in favor? And that is approved. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Madam Chair, for taking over that part of it. Introductions of notice of motion. I have a motion here that's going to be introduced only tonight and dealt with at the next council meeting. It's in relation to a community watch program. More to come for that one. Any update from regional councillors? No updates. Any statements by members? Yes, sir.
Just very, not a statement, but just a question to Glenn. It pertains to the cost of the by-election. I know it's too early to have the numbers yet, but can we count on having those numbers by December meeting?
We can certainly take that away. Our challenge and the reason why we don't have them yet is we're waiting for the final invoicing process. And then there still needs to be a step with our legal and legislative team to look through those and basically allocate them between this specific election and other activities. We were planning to go through that as part of the detailed year end, which would have been in early January. We can take a look if it's possible, if we have the invoices in a timely manner.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ijas for a statement.
Yeah, I just want to wish one of the residents a happy 75th birthday, Hasa Bihari. She's been a leading sort of organizer for the Gujarati in the community. And I came across her 75th birthday. And Rick is laughing because I think he wants to wish her as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that lovely statement. Any other statements by members? No, okay. Confidential session. There are two items on confidential session. One of them is a conflict declared by Councillor Challoner. We'll get to that. Does any member wish to go into confidential session? I don't see that. Motion, please. I have a motion. This is the one with the conflict. Okay. Councillor Challoner, this is the one with the conflict, but you're also listed as the mover for this one, so I think we need to correct that. Yeah. Councillor Best, you're the seconder. Mayor Krantz, do you want to move this? Mayor Krantz will move it, seconded by Councillor Best. Councillor Challoner is going far away. The reporter will acknowledge you don't have a conflict. Yes, very good. That's right. Yes, moved by Mayor Krantz, seconded by Councillor Best, that the recommendations contained in staff report COM 01225 be approved. Any questions? No questions. Councillor Challoner is not in the vote. All those in favor? Carried. There we go. Next one is moved by Councillor Malbuff and seconded by Councillor Best that recommendations contained in staff report COM 01325 be approved. Any questions? No questions. All those in favor? It's carried. Okay, we're going into bylaws at this point. I have a motion moved by Councillor Challoner, seconded by Councillor Malbuff, that bylaws number 0952025 through and to and including bylaw 100-2025 be read, passed, and numbered, and that the mayor and the town clerk be authorized to sign the said bylaw, seal them with the seal of the corporation as to be engrossed in the bylaw book. Any questions? No questions. All those in favor? It's carried. We are adjourned. I'm so.
Thanks very much. And I was going to say before you adjourn the meeting, I just want to, on behalf of all of council and all the citizens and everybody, for not only a good job this evening, but an excellent job on chairing a very, very difficult and a very, very challenging meeting. Job well done. So thank you. Now you can adjourn.
Now we're adjourned. Thank you.